Ancient history is filled with puzzles that refuse to give up their secrets, artifacts that shouldn't exist, objects whose craftsmanship seems far ahead of their time, and discoveries that rewrite what we thought we knew about the past. Some are small enough to fit in the palm of your hand, others are monumental works of engineering, but all of them carry the same haunting question: how and why were they made? Archaeologists can measure, date, and catalogue them, yet many remain unexplained, sparking debates that stretch far beyond the academic world. From runestones that hint at voyages across oceans centuries before they were officially made, to treasures buried in bogs, deserts, and ice, these relics bridge the gap between known history and something far stranger. In this 4+ hour journey, we'll explore some of the most incredible artifact finds ever uncovered, objects that inspire wonder, stir controversy, and remind us that the past may be far more complex than we imagine. So settle in, relax, and let's begin our descent into the mysteries where fact and possibility blur. It began not in a museum or a royal collection, but in a Minnesota farm field where the roots of a poplar tree hid something that would spark more than a century of debate. In the late summer of 1898, a Swedish immigrant named Olof Oman was clearing land near the small settlement of Kensington. While removing stumps, he struck something solid beneath the soil. What emerged was a large, rectangular slab of grey-wax stone, weighing over 200 pounds. Its face bore a series of carefully carved symbols, straight lines and angular strokes that Oman recognized as runes, the ancient writing system of his Scandinavian homeland. At first, it must have seemed like an odd curiosity, an intriguing but isolated relic buried under years of earth and roots. Yet the more people examined it, the stranger it became. This was no ordinary inscription. The runes told a story, one that placed Norse explorers deep in the North American continent in the mid-14th century. The text, once translated, read something to the effect of 8 Swedes and 22 Norwegians on an exploration journey from Vinland to the west. We camped by 2 skerries 1 day's journey north from this stone. We were out fishing one day. When we returned home, we found 10 men, red with blood and dead. Ave Maria, save from evil. Beneath this was a date, 1362. The implications were astonishing. If true, this inscription meant that Scandinavian explorers had traveled far inland, centuries before Christopher Columbus set sail. They would have crossed thousands of miles of rivers, forests, and plains to reach the heart of what is now Minnesota, long before any European map included such a place. The stone's discovery quickly attracted attention. Local scholars, Scandinavian American newspapers, and amateur historians came to see it, each bringing their own theories. For some, it was thrilling proof that their ancestors had reached North America in the Middle Ages. For others, it was an impossibility, a cleverly made hoax designed to impress or amuse. Those who argued for authenticity pointed to the Norse sagas, which told of voyages to Vinland, a lush, fertile land across the sea from Greenland. The sagas described journeys along coasts and into rivers, encounters with indigenous peoples, and expeditions that ended in both trade and violence. If the Norse could reach Newfoundland, as archaeological evidence at L'Anse aux Meadows in modern-day Canada would later confirm, could they not have ventured further inland? Skeptics, however, saw problems almost immediately. The style of the runes on the Kensington stone seemed inconsistent with known medieval examples. Some symbols appeared to be modern inventions, unknown in the 14th century. Linguists argued that certain words reflected 19th century Scandinavian, the language of immigrants like Oman, rather than Old Norse. Critics suggested the whole thing might have been carved in Minnesota, perhaps by someone hoping to craft a romantic link to Viking history. The debate grew heated in the years after the discovery. Academics from major universities examined photographs and rubbings of the inscription. In 1910, the Minnesota Historical Society organized a detailed investigation. Their conclusion was firm. The runestone was almost certainly a forgery, created in recent decades rather than in medieval times. The reasoning was based on linguistic anomalies, questionable rune forms, and the lack of any other corroborating artifacts in the region. Yet the stone refused to fade into obscurity. Local pride and the sheer allure of the mystery kept it alive in public imagination. Kensington residents embraced it as part of their heritage, building museums and hosting festivals in its honor. For many, it was not just a carved rock, it was a symbol of perseverance, exploration, and the enduring legacy of Norse culture in the American Midwest. Over time, new voices entered the conversation. In the mid-20th century, some researchers proposed that the runes might represent a transitional form of writing, one that bridged medieval and later Scandinavian styles. Others suggested that the language could have been influenced by multiple dialects, especially if the explorers came from varied regions of Scandinavia. Still others turned to geology, examining the weathering patterns on the stone's surface. If the inscription showed signs of centuries-old erosion, it might support authenticity. If not, the hoax theory would gain strength. Geologists studying the stone noted that greywacker is a durable rock, capable of preserving fine carvings for hundreds of years under the right conditions. But the evidence remained inconclusive. Some saw weathering consistent with great age, while others argued that the stone could have been carved only a few decades before its discovery. The runestone's story took another turn in the late 20th and early 21st centuries, as advances in archaeology and linguistics brought fresh tools to the debate. High-resolution imaging, 3D scanning, and more precise geological tests offered ways to study the carvings without damaging them. Yet even with modern technology, the verdict remained elusive. Supporters of authenticity pointed out that the stone's narrative fits certain known historical patterns. Norse Greenlanders in the 14th century faced a changing climate, dwindling resources, and increasing isolation. A group venturing westward in search of new opportunities was not implausible. The mention of skerries, small rocky islands, suggests familiarity with coastal and riverine geography. And the tragedy described in the inscription, with a group of men returning from fishing to find their companions dead, matches the dangers that small, isolated expeditions would have faced in unfamiliar lands. Critics, on the other hand, emphasized that a single artifact, without corroborating evidence, cannot rewrite history. No other medieval Scandinavian objects have been found in Minnesota. The route such explorers would have taken, through Hudson Bay, into the continent's vast river systems, would have been extraordinary, requiring navigation against strong currents and through challenging terrain. And the linguistic issues still troubled many experts, with phrases that seemed more at home in 19th century Swedish than in 14th century Norse. Beyond the academic debate, the Kensington Runestone occupies a unique place in American folklore. It bridges the gap between documented history and the realm of possibility, where the past holds just enough mystery to inspire belief. Visitors to the Runestone Museum in Alexandria, Minnesota, can stand before the slab, reading the inscription for themselves. Some come away convinced it is genuine. Others see only an artifact of small-town legend-making. What makes the runestone so compelling is not just the question of whether it is real, but what it represents. If genuine, it would push back the timeline of European presence deep into the North American interior by more than a century before Columbus. It would suggest that the Norse reached further than most historians have dared to imagine, connecting two distant worlds in a time when the Atlantic was a daunting, unpredictable frontier. If false, it becomes a story about how communities craft their own histories, blending pride, nostalgia, and the desire for connection to something larger than themselves. The tale also reminds us of the challenges in interpreting the past. Artifacts can be ambiguous, their meanings shaped by context, preservation, and the biases of those who study them. A single object can become the focus of competing narratives, each backed by its own logic and evidence. And sometimes, even after decades of analysis, the truth remains stubbornly out of reach. In the case of the Kensington Runestone, the truth may never be known with certainty. The stone's surface has been handled, cleaned, and even recarved in spots over the years, complicating modern tests. The precise location where it was found, beneath that poplar tree, has changed with time, making it impossible to recreate the exact conditions of discovery. Olof Oman himself denied carving it, but his reluctance to engage deeply with the controversy left room for speculation. Still, the runestone continues to attract attention from both serious researchers and curious travelers. Each person who encounters it brings their own perspective, shaped by history books, personal heritage, and the lure of an unsolved mystery. Some see it as a chapter in the grand story of human exploration. Others view it as a cautionary tale about wishful thinking in archaeology. Either way, the stone endures, physically solid, intellectually elusive, and culturally vibrant. It is a reminder that history is not always a matter of neat timelines and definitive answers. Sometimes, it is a conversation stretching across generations, fueled by questions that resist closure. The Kensington Runestone, whether carved in 1362 or in the 1800s, has achieved something rare for any artifact. It has lived beyond its material self. It exists as both a tangible object and an idea, one that invites us to imagine the meeting of distant cultures, the hardships of survival in unknown lands, and the enduring human urge to leave a mark that says, "We were here." And so, the story of a stone pulled from the Minnesota earth becomes more than a local curiosity. It becomes part of the broader search for connection between the present and the deep past, a search that is as much about who we are as it is about what once happened. From here, the path into history only grows more intricate, leading to other finds that challenge what we thought we knew and urging us to look again at the ground beneath our feet, wondering what else may yet be waiting. Some discoveries reveal their mysteries not through ancient inscriptions or lost languages, but through the way they interact with light itself. In the collections of the British Museum rests a Roman artifact unlike any other, a piece that seems to change its very identity depending on how one chooses to view it. Known as the Lycurgus Cup, it is a 4th century glass vessel that has baffled, fascinated, and inspired observers for centuries. At first glance, the cup appears to be a masterpiece of late Roman craftsmanship, an intricately carved cage cup, or diatretum, in which an outer layer of glass has been cut away to form an openwork design, leaving the inner surface of the vessel intact. These cups were rare even in their own time, requiring exceptional skill and patience to produce. But the Lycurgus Cup possesses a quality that elevates it far beyond the artistry of its peers. In normal, reflected light, the glass appears a vivid, opaque green. When light passes through it from behind, however, the green vanishes, replaced by a deep, glowing red. This extraordinary transformation is not the work of dyes or painted surfaces. Instead, the glass itself contains microscopic particles of gold and silver, dispersed so finely that they interact with light on a level invisible to the naked eye. In modern terms, it is a perfect example of nanotechnology, crafted, somehow, more than 16 centuries before the concept even existed. The cup's surface is decorated with a vivid scene from Greek mythology, the story of King Lycurgus of Thrace. According to the myth, Lycurgus opposed the god Dionysus and sought to drive him and his followers from his kingdom. His defiance was met with divine punishment. He was entangled by grapevines and attacked by one of Dionysus's followers, the sea nymph Ambrosia, who transformed into a vine to trap him. The scene on the cup shows the king struggling in vain, his arms bound by curling vines, while Dionysus and others look on. The imagery itself would have made the vessel remarkable, but the way it changes color transforms the story into something almost theatrical. When illuminated from the front, Lycurgus appears surrounded by lush greenery, the threat perhaps not yet fully upon him. But when the light shines through the cup, the green fades and the red glows, as though the scene has shifted into a moment of violence or divine retribution. It is a visual transformation that mirrors the myth's narrative turn as resistance collapses into punishment. The mechanism behind this phenomenon puzzled scholars for centuries. Early observers could describe the effect, but not explain it. The breakthrough came in the 20th century when scientists examined tiny fragments of the glass under electron microscopes. They discovered that the Roman craftsmen had incorporated particles of gold and silver, each only a few tens of nanometers in diameter, into the glass mixture. At this scale, the particles do not behave like bulk metals. Instead, they resonate with specific wavelengths of light, a phenomenon known today as surface plasmon resonance. The interaction shifts depending on whether light is reflected from the surface or transmitted through the material, producing the cup's dramatic color change. This raises an enduring question. Did the Roman artisans understand what they had created, or was the effect the result of an accident? The deliberate combination of gold and silver into glass suggests intentionality, but whether they understood the optical principles is doubtful. More likely, they discovered through experimentation that certain mixtures produced unusual effects and then guarded those recipes as closely held workshop secrets. Even among Roman luxury objects, the Lycurgus Cup is singular. Other cage cups from the period display exceptional craftsmanship, but none are known to change color in this way. The amount of precious metal in the glass is extremely small, less than 1% by weight, yet its effect is profound. The precision required to achieve this distribution implies a high degree of control over materials and firing conditions, something far beyond the abilities of casual artisans. The cup's journey from antiquity to the present day is itself a story shrouded in gaps. Its exact place of manufacture is unknown, though stylistic analysis points to a Roman workshop of the 4th century. How it survived the centuries without shattering, given the fragility of glass, is remarkable. It likely passed through the hands of collectors, perhaps hidden away for long stretches, until it emerged in the 19th century in the collection of the Rothschild family. In 1958, it was sold to the British Museum, where it remains one of the institution's most treasured and perplexing objects. When viewed in person, the color shift is almost unsettling in its perfection. There is no gradual fade or muddiness in the transition. The green and red are distinct, each as rich and saturated as if they belonged to entirely different objects. The fact that this effect survives after more than 1600 years, without the fading or degradation common to pigments and dyes, is a testament to the durability of the glass and the stability of the embedded metal particles. For historians of technology, the Lycurgus Cup poses an irresistible puzzle. How did Roman glassmakers develop such an advanced technique? Did they realize the effect could be linked to the size and distribution of metal particles, or was it purely empirical? Some speculate that the cup may have been part of a broader, now lost tradition of experimental glassmaking in the late Empire. Others suggest it might have been a unique commission for a wealthy patron fascinated by its optical trickery. There is also the matter of symbolism. In the late Roman world, color changes could carry metaphorical weight. Green might represent life, fertility, and the natural world. Red, by contrast, could signify power, divine wrath, or the spilling of blood. In the context of the Lycurgus myth, the shift could have been intended to heighten the drama of the narrative, turning the cup itself into a kind of storytelling device. When held up to the light during a banquet, the transformation might have provoked astonishment among guests, sparking conversation about both the myth and the extraordinary skill of its makers. From a modern perspective, the cup also serves as a bridge between ancient and contemporary science. The same principles that give it its color-changing properties are used today in advanced sensors, biomedical imaging, and materials engineering. Gold nanoparticles, for example, are employed in diagnostic tests, solar energy devices, and targeted drug delivery systems. In this sense, the Lycurgus Cup is not only an ancient masterpiece, but also a direct ancestor of cutting-edge nanotechnology. Yet the deeper one looks into the cup's history, the more it resists full explanation. The absence of other surviving examples suggests either that the technique was extremely rare, or that similar pieces have been lost. The lack of written records describing the process means we cannot be certain whether the effect was reproducible or the result of a singular, unrepeatable combination of factors. The physical experience of seeing the cup, its colors shifting as one moves from reflected to transmitted light, remains difficult to capture in photographs. The change is immediate yet strangely organic, as though the vessel itself responds to its surroundings. It is a quality that defies the static nature of most ancient artifacts, making the cup feel alive in a way that stone, ceramic, or metal rarely can. For those who study the history of glass, the Lycurgus Cup stands as a pinnacle of achievement, a reminder that ancient artisans were capable of feats that still challenge modern understanding. For those interested in mythology, it is a vivid illustration of a tale that has traveled through centuries, reframed in the language of Roman art. And for the casual visitor who encounters it in the museum, it is simply unforgettable, an object that plays with perception, challenging the boundary between the seen and the unseen. Whether it was designed to astonish, to instruct, or simply to please the eye, the Lycurgus Cup accomplishes something rare. It creates a moment of pure wonder. In the shifting interplay of green and red, one catches a glimpse of the ingenuity and curiosity that drove ancient craftsmanship, a curiosity that continues to drive our own explorations into the nature of materials and light. The vessel's survival across centuries speaks to more than luck. It suggests that someone, at many points along its journey, recognized its extraordinary nature and took steps to protect it. That recognition, an unspoken agreement between generations that this object was worth preserving, has allowed it to reach us intact, still performing the same transformation it did in a Roman hall so many lifetimes ago. In the end, the Lycurgus Cup is more than a scientific marvel or a work of art. It is a reminder that the boundaries of human skill and imagination are not fixed. The same hands that shaped everyday tools and household vessels could, under the right circumstances, create something that would confound and captivate the future. And just as the light transforms the cup transforms our understanding of what the past was capable of achieving. The journey through such artifacts does not pause here, for history holds other objects that, like this cup, seem to reach across time to challenge the limits of our knowledge, drawing us ever deeper into the mysteries they have carried forward. The journey from light-shifting Roman glass to the frozen depths of prehistory is a long one, yet it is bridged by a shared thread: human curiosity about objects that defy simple explanation. In the limestone hills of Slovenia, far from the grand halls of any museum, lies a cave that has yielded an artifact capable of unsettling long-held assumptions about the origins of art and music. Known today as the Divje Babe flute, it is nothing more, at first glance, than the thigh bone of a long-extinct cave bear. But 4 perforations along its length suggest a story that reaches back tens of thousands of years, possibly to the very dawn of music itself. The cave, called Divje Babe, sits above the Idrijke River in the rugged karst region. Archaeologists had been excavating there for years, uncovering layers of occupation left by both humans and animals. Stone tools, hearth remnants, and butchered animal bones painted a picture of repeated habitation, some of it by Neanderthals. It was during the 1995 field season that a team led by Ivan Turk of the Slovenian Academy of Sciences and Arts unearthed the cave bear femur that would ignite decades of debate. Dating methods placed the layer in which the bone was found at roughly 43,000 years old, firmly within the period when Neanderthals inhabited much of Europe. The bone was complete enough to identify as belonging to a cave bear, but the real intrigue lay in its 4 evenly spaced holes. The openings appeared on one side, with a spacing pattern that seemed deliberate rather than accidental. To those who first examined it, the resemblance to the finger holes of a flute was immediate. If genuine, this would not only be the oldest known musical instrument, but also direct evidence that Neanderthals engaged in symbolic, creative behavior once thought exclusive to anatomically modern humans. Music, in this interpretation, would have been part of Neanderthal culture, used perhaps for ritual, for coordination, or simply for the shared joy of sound. Skeptics, however, were quick to challenge the idea. They argued that carnivores such as hyenas often gnaw on bones, leaving puncture marks as their teeth pierce through the outer layer. Could the holes be nothing more than the result of scavenging spaced randomly by chance? The debate that followed would pit archaeologists, paleontologists, and musicologists against one another, each armed with data, experiments, and counter-arguments. Those favoring the musical interpretation pointed to details they felt could not be dismissed as coincidental. The holes were not only aligned along a single axis, but were also roughly circular and similar in size, features more consistent with deliberate shaping than with the irregular tearing and crushing seen in predator damage. Some researchers suggested that stone tools might have been used to refine the openings, which would be a clear sign of human intervention. To test whether the bone could have functioned as an instrument, replicas were made from similar materials, with the holes drilled to match the surviving positions. When played, these reconstructions produced a range of pitches corresponding to a diatonic scale, much like those found in later human music traditions. This, supporters argued, showed that the hole placement was not arbitrary but acoustically functional. Opponents remained unconvinced. They emphasized that bone is a fragile and irregular medium, and that reproducing a sound from a replica does not prove that the original was intended for that purpose. They also noted that the ends of the bone were broken, leaving uncertainty about its complete original shape. Without knowing whether the bone had a mouthpiece or other modifications, they argued it was risky to assign it the status of a flute. The debate deepened when microscopic analysis of the holes revealed striations, tiny linear marks. Supporters interpreted these as tool marks from deliberate shaping. Skeptics countered that they could have been made by teeth or by post-depositional processes in the cave environment. Beyond the technical arguments lies the broader question of what the bone represents if it truly is a musical instrument. Music is more than a practical skill. It implies abstract thought, an understanding of rhythm and pitch, and a capacity for social bonding through shared sound. If Neanderthals created such instruments, it would suggest that their cognitive world was closer to our own than previously believed. They might have gathered around fires to play melodies, to accompany voices, or to mark seasonal events with ritual soundscapes lost to time. The location of the find adds another layer of intrigue. Divje Babe Cave was not merely a random shelter. It shows signs of repeated use over long spans of time. Layers of sediment preserve evidence of hunting, food preparation, and controlled use of fire. The presence of a potential musical instrument in such a place would hint at a community whose life included both the necessities of survival and activities aimed at emotional or cultural expression. In trying to reconstruct what might have happened in that cave tens of millennia ago, researchers must work with fragments of evidence and a large measure of inference. If the bone was indeed a flute, it may have been made from the leg of a bear hunted for its meat and hide, with the hollow bone repurposed for sound. Its maker could have used a sharp stone tool to pierce the holes and then to adjust their size for different notes. Over time, the instrument might have been played until it broke or was discarded, to be buried in sediment and forgotten until its rediscovery. One compelling aspect of the debate is how it reflects our own expectations about Neanderthals. For much of the 20th century, they were portrayed as brutish, unimaginative, and doomed to be replaced by more advanced humans. Discoveries such as the Divje Babe bone challenge that stereotype, forcing a reconsideration of their intellectual and cultural capacities. This re-evaluation is part of a broader trend in archaeology, as mounting evidence suggests that Neanderthals made symbolic objects, cared for their injured, and possibly created art. The flute, if that is what it is, would fit neatly into this revised picture. Yet the absence of other confirmed Neanderthal instruments leaves room for doubt. Without multiple examples, it is difficult to determine whether this was a common practice or an isolated occurrence. Some scholars have even suggested that the bone might have been shaped by early modern humans rather than Neanderthals, though the dating of the surrounding layer makes that scenario less likely. In the years since its discovery, the Divje Babe bone has been displayed in museums and studied by interdisciplinary teams. Each new analysis seems to add both clarity and complexity. Computer modeling of the hole placement supports the idea that it could produce a scale, while comparative studies with carnivore-damaged bones show both similarities and differences. The debate has not reached a definitive conclusion, and perhaps it never will. The object's allure lies partly in this unresolved status. It is a tangible connection to a world so far removed from our own that even its simplest artifacts can challenge our understanding. Holding a replica of the bone, one might blow across its end and hear a note emerge, a tone that could have sounded in a darkened cave 43,000 years ago. In that moment, the gulf between past and present narrows, and the mind begins to imagine the hands that first coaxed music from such a simple form. Whether the Divje Babe bone is a true flute or an accidental artifact of animal behavior, it has already served a profound role. It has prompted deeper inquiry into the nature of early music, the capabilities of ancient peoples, and the line between evidence and interpretation. It reminds us that the past is not static, but a landscape we navigate through questions as much as through answers. And so, from a fragment of bone, pierced in a pattern that stirs the imagination, we move further along the path into history, toward other discoveries that, like this one, blur the boundaries between certainty and possibility and invite us to listen closely for the faint, distant notes of lives long vanished. From a disputed Neanderthal flute to an ancient object discovered thousands of miles away, the thread connecting these finds is the sense that they carry a fragment of thought from a time so distant that the very notion of history begins to blur. On the shores of Lake Edward, in what is now the Democratic Republic of Congo, an excavation in the mid-20th century revealed a small, unassuming bone tool. At first glance, it might have been dismissed as a simple handle or point. Yet its surface bore an arrangement of fine, deliberate markings that seemed too orderly to be random. Known today as the Ishango Bone, it has been dated to more than 20,000 years ago, placing it deep within the Upper Paleolithic period. The bone was discovered in 1960 by Belgian archaeologist Jean de Heinzelien de Brocourt during an expedition to the Ishango region near the headwaters of the Nile. The site lay along what would have been an important ecological zone in prehistoric times, with access to fresh water, fertile fishing grounds, and migratory routes for animals. Such a location would have supported human communities whose survival depended on a blend of hunting, gathering, and early tool use. The artifact itself is a fragment of fibula from a large mammal, likely a baboon. Embedded at one end is a sharp piece of quartz, suggesting the bone may have served as a handle for engraving, piercing, or scraping. But what drew immediate attention were the series of notches carved into the shaft. These were not randomly spaced scratches from use or wear. Instead, they appeared in carefully arranged groupings running along 3 distinct columns. De Heinzelien recognized a potential significance in these marks that went far beyond decoration. One column contained groups that, when counted, matched prime numbers between 10 and 20. Another column displayed sequences that added up to 60, perhaps hinting at a counting system. Still another appeared to record variations of numbers that could correspond to lunar phases, implying a possible calendar. If these interpretations were correct, the Ishango bone would represent not just one of the oldest mathematical artifacts in the world, but also evidence of complex numerical thinking in a society without written language. The idea that a toolmaker living 20 millennia ago could have encoded prime numbers or tracked lunar cycles challenges many assumptions about prehistoric cognition. It suggests a degree of abstraction, an ability to think beyond immediate survival needs that rivals the earliest agricultural societies. In the context of the time, such skills could have been applied to seasonal planning, hunting strategies, or social rituals tied to celestial events. However, as with so many remarkable artifacts, interpretation is far from settled. Some researchers question whether the patterns truly represent intentional mathematical sequences. They argue that the groupings may instead reflect tally marks used to track mundane counts, perhaps animals killed, tools made, or days since a particular event. The apparent prime numbers and lunar cycles, in this view, could be coincidental, the result of modern observers finding patterns where none were consciously intended. Despite this skepticism, the precision of the notches invites closer study. Each mark is cleanly incised, with minimal variation in depth and width, suggesting that they were made with care rather than hastily scratched. The alignment of the 3 columns indicates planning, as if the maker intended for the sequences to be read or referenced in a specific way. Whether the system encoded in the bone was purely practical or carried symbolic meaning remains an open question, but the presence of such regularity is undeniable. The bone's context adds another dimension to the mystery. The Ishango site contained numerous other artifacts, including harpoon points and tools likely used in fishing. This hints at a community familiar with seasonal patterns, knowledge that would have been enhanced by the ability to track time in cycles, whether by moon, tide, or migration. In such an environment, a portable counting device could have been invaluable. Some scholars have drawn parallels between the Ishango bone and later tally sticks used in various parts of the world. These tools, found in cultures separated by vast distances and time periods, often served as memory aids, allowing their owners to keep records without writing. If the Ishango Bone functioned similarly, it could be part of a much longer tradition of recording and organizing information through physical marks. The possibility that it was a lunar calendar is perhaps the most evocative interpretation. A lunar cycle spans roughly 29.5 days, and certain groupings on the bone seem to correspond closely to this number. For a society dependent on seasonal availability of resources, knowing the phases of the moon could have been crucial, not only for practical tasks like night fishing or hunting, but also for timing communal gatherings or rituals. In this view, the bone's markings become a bridge between observation of the natural world and the human desire to impose order upon it. Modern mathematical historians have examined the sequences in detail, noting that the sums of certain columns match significant base numbers used in ancient counting systems. Some point to the grouping of 60 as especially noteworthy, given its later prominence in Mesopotamian base 60 mathematics. While it is unlikely there is a direct line of transmission from Upper Paleolithic Central Africa to Bronze Age Sumer, the resemblance suggests that base 60 thinking may arise naturally when humans attempt to divide time or quantities in practical ways. Yet for all the analysis, the Ishango Bone remains as much an enigma now as when it was first unearthed. The absence of other artifacts with similar markings from the same period limits the ability to compare and confirm its purpose. Was it the work of a single innovator or part of a shared practice among a group? Did its markings represent knowledge held communally, or were they the private tool of a specialist, perhaps a tracker, a hunter, or a ritual leader? Holding a replica of the bone, one can imagine the tactile experience of running a finger along its rows of notches, feeling the sequence of cuts. The spacing becomes not just visual, but physical, as the hand moves from one group to the next. This physicality suggests that the bone's use was interactive, its meaning revealed in the act of counting, pointing, or teaching. The quartz blade embedded in its end further deepens the intrigue. If the bone was primarily a record-keeping device, why fit it with a sharp point? Perhaps it served a dual function, allowing the user to both mark and reference counts. Or perhaps the point was symbolic, an emblem of authority for the one who maintained the record. It is possible that the quartz itself held value beyond its utility. Its translucent gleam may have been aesthetically or ritually significant. As with many objects from the deep past, the Ishango Bone challenges modern categories. Is it a mathematical tool, a calendar, a personal record, or something entirely different? Each interpretation tells a slightly different story about the people who lived beside Lake Edward more than 20,000 years ago. Each demands that we expand our understanding of what was possible in a world without cities, writing, or formal schools. What can be said with certainty is that the bone represents a level of intentionality and precision that is anything but accidental. Whether its maker was calculating, commemorating, or simply organizing knowledge, they were engaged in the same fundamental act that drives human culture today, finding ways to measure, mark, and remember the passing of time and events. The Ishango Bone now resides in the Royal Belgian Institute of Natural Sciences, where it continues to draw the attention of scholars and visitors alike. Encased in glass, it appears small and almost fragile, yet the ideas it may contain are vast, reaching from the rhythms of the moon to the abstract elegance of prime numbers. It is a reminder that even the simplest tools can hold extraordinary complexity, and that the roots of human intellect stretch back far further than we might imagine. From a cave bear bone that might have played music to a marked tool that might have counted the passage of days, the trail of human creativity winds through countless forms and functions. Each artifact offers a glimpse, brief but potent, into the minds of those who came before, inviting us onward toward the next puzzle the past has left in our path. Long before written records fixed dates and events into history, people looked upward and measured time by the movements of the sky. Among the rolling hills of central Germany, an object buried for more than 3 millennia offers a rare glimpse into how Bronze Age communities may have understood and recorded those movements. When it was unearthed in 1999, it defied immediate explanation. A circular bronze plate, its surface mottled with green corrosion, yet studded with golden shapes that gleamed even after centuries underground. This artifact, now known as the Nebra Sky Disc, is believed to be the oldest concrete depiction of celestial phenomena ever discovered. Radiocarbon dating of materials found with it, along with typological analysis of associated weapons, places its creation around 1600 BCE. That makes it not only a masterpiece of Bronze Age craftsmanship, but also a potential window into the earliest complex astronomical knowledge in Europe. The disc measures roughly 30 centimeters across and weighs just over 2 kilograms. Its base is hammered bronze, but what captures attention are the gold appliques inlaid on its surface. Near the center is a large round plate, usually interpreted as the sun. Beside it, a golden crescent stands in sharp contrast to the green background, almost certainly representing the moon. Scattered across the disc are 32 small gold circles. One cluster of 7 stands out in both size and placement, matching the arrangement of the Pleiades, a star group whose seasonal appearance has been used worldwide to mark agricultural cycles. Its story begins not in a formal excavation, but in the hands of looters using metal detectors on the Mittelberg Hill near the town of Nebra. They recovered the disc along with bronze swords, axe heads, bracelets, and chisels, all of which appeared to have been buried together. Rather than reporting the find, the discoverers attempted to sell the objects on the black market. It was only after a sting operation by German authorities in 2002 that the artifacts entered the care of archaeologists. Once in professional hands, the disc quickly became the subject of intense study. Its imagery was unlike anything else from the European Bronze Age, where decorative motifs were typically geometric or symbolic without direct reference to the sky. Here, however, was an unmistakable attempt to depict celestial bodies in a specific arrangement. Scholars began to piece together its possible uses, not as mere ornament, but as a functional tool for observing and tracking astronomical events. One of the most striking features of the disc is a pair of golden arcs along its edges, added sometime after the original creation. These arcs span an angle of 82 degrees, which matches the horizon range between the summer and winter solstice sunrises at the latitude of Nebra. In other words, the disc could be aligned so that these arcs framed the points on the horizon where the sun rose at the extremes of its yearly cycle. This would have allowed its users to determine the time of year with considerable accuracy, a crucial skill for societies dependent on seasonal agriculture. A third arc, found at the bottom of the disc, is often interpreted as a solar boat, a symbol seen in other Bronze Age cultures to represent the sun's journey across the sky or through the underworld. The fact that these features were added at different stages suggests that the disc evolved over time, with new elements incorporated as knowledge or cultural needs changed. The interpretation of the star cluster as the Pleiades is particularly compelling because this group of stars has played a role in agricultural calendars across Eurasia and beyond. In many cultures, the Pleiades' appearance in the pre-dawn sky marked the approach of planting season, while their disappearance signaled harvest or other key agricultural events. If the Nebra Sky Disc was used in a similar way, it would mean that Bronze Age communities in Central Europe were integrating careful sky observation into their farming practices more than 3,000 years ago. Not all scholars agree on these interpretations. Some have argued that the disc could have been purely symbolic, serving as a prestige object or ritual focus rather than a functional instrument. Its burial alongside valuable weapons and ornaments might indicate it was part of a ceremonial offering rather than an everyday tool. Others question whether the arcs truly align with solstice positions, suggesting that the match may be coincidental. Still, the craftsmanship itself argues for significance beyond mere decoration. The gold inlays were shaped and affixed with precision, using techniques that required advanced metallurgical skill for the time. The placement of each star-like circle appears intentional, and the layering of additions over time suggests ongoing use and adaptation. Chemical analysis of the metals has revealed further clues. The bronze alloy used for the disc was typical of Central European metallurgy of the period, but the gold for the inlays originated from the Carpathian Mountains, hundreds of kilometers away. This points to extensive trade networks and the movement of both materials and ideas across large distances. The concept of mapping the sky on a portable object may itself have been influenced by contact with other cultures. The Nebra Sky Disc also invites speculation about the social role of astronomy in the Bronze Age. If it was indeed used to track celestial events, the knowledge required to interpret it might have been limited to certain individuals, perhaps community leaders, ritual specialists, or astronomer priests. Possession of such knowledge could have reinforced authority, allowing those who held the disc to predict seasonal changes, time agricultural work, or align communal ceremonies with celestial events. Over time, the object's meaning may have shifted. The addition of the arcs and the possible solar boat motif could indicate changing beliefs, new practical applications, or the integration of ideas from different regions. Its eventual burial, accompanied by valuable weapons, might have been an intentional act to remove it from use, perhaps marking the death of an important figure, the end of a lineage, or a broader cultural transition. Today, the disc is housed in the State Museum of Prehistory in Halle, Germany, where it continues to be studied and displayed as one of the most extraordinary artifacts of European prehistory. Reconstructions of how it may have been used show it being held up to the horizon at dawn or dusk, the arcs framing the sun's position, while the central symbols mark the broader patterns of the sky. Whether it was employed in precisely this way, or served more symbolic purposes, its design reflects a deep awareness of celestial cycles. The broader impact of its discovery has been considerable. Before the Nebra Sky Disc, there was little concrete evidence that Bronze Age Europe possessed such advanced astronomical knowledge. The disc provides tangible proof, if its interpretations hold, that prehistoric communities were capable of integrating observation, metallurgy, and symbolic representation into a single, coherent object. It bridges the gap between practical timekeeping and the human tendency to embed meaning in the movements of the natural world. Even if some of its details remain uncertain, the disc challenges the assumption that complex astronomy only emerged in literate, urban societies. Here, in a forested landscape far from the monumental observatories of the ancient Near East, people were creating their own instruments to map and perhaps influence the cosmos. Its green and gold surface, once polished and gleaming, would have caught the light in a way that made the celestial symbols stand out vividly. In gatherings, it might have been raised for all to see, its imagery reinforcing shared understandings of the seasons and the heavens. In private, it could have been studied by those entrusted with keeping the community aligned with the rhythms of the sun and stars. In the end, the Nebra Sky Disc stands as a rare fusion of art, science, and belief, an object that continues to inspire debate and wonder more than 3,000 years after its creation. Its golden symbols, set against the deep patina of time, seem to remind us that humanity's fascination with the sky is as old as civilization itself, perhaps older still. From such an object, buried on a hilltop and rediscovered by chance, the path of inquiry leads onward toward other creations that defy easy classification, carrying within them the ambitions, fears, and insights of lives lived in ages long past. Among the windswept shores of Newfoundland's northern tip lies a site that fundamentally altered our understanding of early transatlantic exploration. Long before Columbus sailed west, Norse seafarers reached these coasts, establishing a settlement that would later be known as Lands aux Meadows. Excavations in the 20th century revealed clear evidence of Viking presence, turf-walled buildings, ironworking facilities, and objects unmistakably tied to Scandinavian craftsmanship. Yet among these finds, certain artifacts, particularly a simple bronze pin, have continued to spark discussion, hinting that the story of this place may be broader than its well-established role as a short-lived Norse outpost. The settlement's rediscovery came in 1960 when Helge Ingstad, a Norwegian explorer, and his archaeologist wife, Anne Stein Ingstad, investigated local legends of old ruins along the rugged coastline. Guided by residents, they located grassy mounds whose shapes suggested the remains of longhouses. Excavations confirmed their suspicions. The mounds concealed the remnants of 8 timber and turf structures, built in a style known from Viking-era Greenland and Iceland. Radiocarbon dating placed the site's occupation around the turn of the 11th century, a period corresponding to Norse expansion across the North Atlantic. The layout of Lanzo Meadows suggested a small, functional settlement. Some buildings appeared to be dwellings, others workshops. Iron slag and evidence of smelting indicated that the settlers were producing nails, likely for ship repair. This supported the theory that the site was a temporary base for exploration further south, possibly toward the lands described in Norse sagas as Vinland. It was among the smaller finds, however, that archaeologists began to glimpse aspects of daily life and interaction at the settlement. One of the most intriguing was a bronze pin used in the Viking world to fasten cloaks. The design, a long, slender shaft with a rounded head, was common in the Norse homelands, where such pins served both practical and decorative functions. Its presence in Newfoundland firmly tied the site to Norse material culture, yet it also raised questions. Why would a small, utilitarian object like this be carried across the Atlantic to what was likely a short-term settlement? The answer may lie in the pin's role within Viking society. Cloak pins were personal items worn daily and often carried on voyages. They could signify identity, status, or simply the comfort of familiar tools. Bringing such objects on long journeys suggests an intention to maintain aspects of home life, even in distant lands. But the pin's presence at Lanzo Meadows also opens the possibility of trade or exchange. Could it have been given to, traded with, or even lost during contact with indigenous peoples? No direct evidence of sustained Norse-indigenous interaction has been found at the site, but both archaeological and oral histories point to the likelihood of encounters. The Norse sagas describe meetings, sometimes peaceful, sometimes hostile, with people they called Skrellingjar. These accounts, combined with the movement of certain materials, suggest that Lanzo Meadows may have been part of a network of exploration and exchange, reaching further than the site's modest remains might imply. Other artifacts recovered from the settlement support the idea of varied activities. Spindle whorls hint at textile production, while whetstones and woodworking tools point to repair work essential for long voyages. Small fragments of butternut shells, native to areas far south of Newfoundland, were also found, indicating travel or trade over considerable distances. The combination of these finds paints a picture of a settlement that, while limited in size, was dynamic in its purpose. The bronze pin gains further significance when viewed in the context of Norse craftsmanship and resource use. Bronze was not common in the North Atlantic colonies, where iron and organic materials dominated. To have a bronze object meant either bringing it from Scandinavia or acquiring it through trade. Its survival through the centuries attests to the durability of such materials and the care with which they were made. In studying the pin, archaeologists have considered both its origin and its function in Newfoundland. Was it simply a personal belonging, dropped and lost during daily activities? Or was it a deliberate gift, perhaps given in an attempt to establish friendly relations with local peoples? While the archaeological record cannot answer definitively, the pin remains a rare, tangible link between the Norse world and North America, a connection that existed centuries before such voyages became widely known in European history. The broader story of Lanzo Meadows is one of both certainty and mystery. We know it was built and occupied by Norse people. The structures, tools, and radiocarbon dates leave no doubt. We know it served as a base for exploration, given the ship repair evidence and strategic location. Yet the exact duration of its use, the scale of its activities, and the nature of any interactions with indigenous peoples remain uncertain. The site's abandonment seems to have been deliberate. The buildings were not burned or destroyed, and valuable objects like the bronze pin were among the few personal items left behind. This suggests that the departure was planned, perhaps as part of a broader decision to end voyages to Vinland. The sagas hint at reasons: conflicts with locals, difficulty sustaining the colony, or shifting priorities back in Greenland and Iceland. Whatever the cause, the settlement faded from use, its existence preserved only in oral tradition until its 20th century rediscovery. Today, Lanzo Meadows is recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, protected and interpreted for visitors from around the world. The reconstructed longhouses on the site offer a sense of the scale and construction of the original buildings, though the true experience of living there, amid harsh winds, limited resources, and the challenges of a new land, remains beyond modern recreation. Inside the museum displays, the bronze pin rests among other small artifacts, its simple form belying the vast journey it represents. Its significance lies not only in confirming the Norse presence, but in suggesting that the settlement's role was more complex than a simple stopover. The combination of local resources, imported goods, and possible trade materials points toward a settlement engaged in multiple forms of activity: exploration, repair, resource gathering, and perhaps cultural exchange. In the wider scope of history, the Lands Oaks Meadows artifacts challenge the once prevailing belief that the Americas were unknown to Europeans before the late 15th century. Here is clear, physical proof that voyages across the Atlantic were being made centuries earlier, and that those voyages left traces not only in sagas but in the soil of North America. The bronze pin in particular stands as a reminder that history often comes to us through the smallest objects. It is easy to focus on monumental finds, ships, fortresses, treasure hoards, but a single tool, ornament, or personal belonging can carry as much weight in reconstructing the past. In its slender form is the movement of people across oceans, the adaptation of cultures to new environments, and the brief moment in which two worlds met at the edge of the known map. As with so many of the artifacts that have emerged from deep time, the pin's survival is a matter of both durability and chance. Had it been carried away, melted down, or corroded beyond recognition, part of the story of Lands O Meadows might have remained invisible. Instead, it endures, allowing us to hold in our minds a clear, physical connection to a moment when the Norse reached further west than any other Europeans of their era. And from the windswept settlement at the edge of the Atlantic, the trail of extraordinary objects continues, leading us toward other discoveries that, like this small piece of bronze, bridge vast distances of time and place and expand our sense of what was possible in the ancient world. Archaeology often brings us face to face with the practical tools of survival: stone blades, cooking hearths, animal bones split for marrow. But every so often, the earth yields something that speaks not to the mechanics of living, but to the values, beliefs, and symbols that shaped the lives of our distant ancestors. In the cold plains of western Russia, at a site known as Sunghir, the remains of two children from the Upper Paleolithic period were discovered in a burial so elaborate that it continues to challenge assumptions about the earliest complex societies. Sunghir lies near the modern city of Vladimir, about 200 kilometers east of Moscow. The site was first excavated in the 1950s by Russian archaeologist Otto Bada, who uncovered evidence of a settlement dating back roughly 34,000 years. The area would have been a harsh environment at the time, dominated by steppe and tundra, with long, frigid winters and short summers. Yet it supported groups of modern humans who hunted reindeer, mammoth, and other large game, and who brought with them not only the tools of survival, but also intricate forms of symbolic expression. The most striking finds emerged from a pair of graves lying side by side beneath the ancient soil. In one grave lay the skeletons of two children, one estimated to be around 10 years old, the other about 13. They had been carefully placed head to head, their bodies adorned with an extraordinary array of ornaments. Most striking among these were more than 10,000 ivory beads, each painstakingly carved from mammoth tusk. These beads were not scattered at random. They were sewn into garments, forming patterns that would have covered the children from head to toe. The labor involved in making them is almost beyond comprehension. Experiments by modern craftspeople suggest that carving and polishing a single bead of this size from mammoth ivory could take about an hour of work with Stone Age tools. Multiplying that by 10,000 yields a staggering investment of time that could only have been afforded by a community willing to dedicate immense resources to commemorating these individuals. Alongside the beads were other grave goods: ivory armbands, intricately carved figurines, and spears made of straightened mammoth tusk. The spears, each over 2 meters long, were polished and carefully shaped, likely crafted for ceremonial rather than practical use. There were also pendants made from the teeth of Arctic foxes and other animals, their placement suggesting they were part of necklaces or headgear. The richness of the burial raised immediate questions. In many hunter-gatherer societies, grave goods are modest, reflecting the limited surplus available to non-agricultural groups. Here, however, was a level of investment usually associated with stratified societies that developed much later in human history. The children were buried with goods far beyond what they could have produced or even used in life, implying that their status was inherited or conferred upon them for reasons other than personal achievement. This has led some researchers to suggest that Sunghir represents one of the earliest examples of social hierarchy, perhaps even hereditary leadership. If true, it would push back the origins of such complexity by tens of thousands of years. Others argue that the burial could reflect an extraordinary circumstance, such as a ritual honoring the death of young individuals connected to a leader or a symbolic act meant to reinforce group identity. The craftsmanship on display in the Sunghir Burials speaks to a level of skill and artistry often underestimated in Ice Age communities. Mammoth ivory is a difficult material to work, requiring patience to carve and polish without cracking. The uniformity of the beads suggests that multiple artisans may have worked together, perhaps in a coordinated effort over many months or years. The arrangement of the beads into clothing patterns indicates both aesthetic sensibility and symbolic intent, whether to display wealth, mark identity, or prepare the deceased for an imagined afterlife. Another striking element of the burial is the care taken in the positioning of the bodies. The children were laid out symmetrically, their heads close together, their feet pointing in opposite directions. This deliberate placement may have carried symbolic meaning now lost to us, perhaps representing unity, duality, or the connection between different parts of the community. The use of ochre, a red mineral pigment, adds another layer of interpretation. Traces of it were found sprinkled over the bodies and artifacts. Ochre has been associated with symbolic behavior in many Paleolithic sites, often linked to ritual, burial, and art. Its use at Sunghir reinforces the idea that the burial was a deeply meaningful event, not merely the disposal of remains. In addition to the double child burial, the Sunghir site contains other graves, including that of an adult male buried with thousands of beads and elaborate ivory spears. This suggests that the elaborate treatment given to the children was not an isolated occurrence, but part of a broader tradition of honoring certain individuals with extraordinary care. The repetition of such practices hints at shared cultural norms and the passing down of traditions over generations. The environmental and social context of Sunghir adds to its significance. Surviving in the Upper Paleolithic meant contending with unpredictable climates, migrating herds, and the constant need for mobility. In such conditions, the decision to invest huge amounts of labor into creating burial goods indicates that symbolic and social needs were as important as practical survival. The burial itself may have served as a gathering point for the wider community, a moment to reaffirm bonds, tell shared stories, and pass on traditions. The children's burial has also sparked discussion about the nature of childhood in the Upper Paleolithic. In many ancient societies, high-status burials are reserved for adults whose lives have demonstrated achievement or leadership. The presence of such lavish treatment for children suggests that their value to the community was not based solely on their contributions in life. They may have been seen as embodying a lineage, representing a connection to ancestors, or holding symbolic importance in ways we can no longer fully reconstruct. For modern observers, the Sunghir burials are a reminder that complex social structures and rich symbolic lives existed far earlier than once believed. These were not simple hunter-gatherers living only from day to day. They were people with shared beliefs, artistic traditions, and the capacity to organize large-scale communal efforts for ceremonial purposes. The sheer visual impact of imagining the burial as it would have appeared at the time is difficult to overstate. The children, clothed in garments glittering with ivory beads, surrounded by spears, pendants, and other crafted objects, resting beneath a dusting of red ochre. It would have been a scene rich in symbolism, intended to be remembered by those who witnessed it. The act of burying them in such a way ensured their place in the collective memory of the group, and perhaps in their belief in the world beyond. Even after decades of study, the Sunghir burials continue to invite new interpretations. Advances in ancient DNA analysis have begun to shed light on the relationships between the buried individuals, the origins of the materials used in the grave goods, and the broader movements of human populations during this period. Isotopic analysis of the bones has revealed aspects of their diet, while microscopic study of the beads offers clues about the tools and techniques used in their production. Each new detail enriches the picture but does not diminish the mystery. The questions remain: why these children? Why such immense effort? What stories were told about them as the beads were sewn, the spears polished, the ochre scattered? The answers lie beyond the reach of archaeology, but the material evidence keeps the questions alive. The Sunghir site stands today as one of the most important Upper Paleolithic discoveries in Eurasia. It challenges the narrative that social complexity is a late development in human history, pushing the origins of hierarchy, ritual, and symbolic expression deep into the Ice Age. It also reminds us that even in the most challenging environments, humans have always sought meaning beyond the immediate demands of survival. From these frozen plains and the careful arrangement of mammoth ivory, our path of discovery moves on, following other objects and sites that, like the Sunghir Burials, open rare and unexpected windows into the minds and worlds of those who came long before us. Archaeological sites occasionally feel as though they were created to leave an impression on those who would one day uncover them. In the heart of Sardinia, an island long shaped by its own distinct culture and geography, there exists a monument that seems designed to inspire exactly that reaction. Known as the Well of Santa Cristina, it is a work of stone so precise and deliberate that its original purpose remains uncertain, even after decades of study. Built more than 3,000 years ago by the Nuragic civilization, it combines engineering skill, geometric perfection, and possible astronomical intent in a way that places it among the most extraordinary structures of the ancient Mediterranean. The site lies in a gentle, open landscape of low hills and scattered olive trees. From a distance, little suggests the sophistication that waits within its stone enclosure. The outer wall, made from dark basalt blocks, forms an elongated oval that surrounds the well and a small group of additional stone structures. These outbuildings may once have housed attendants, visiting pilgrims, or served as places for storage and preparation during ceremonies. While they help frame the setting, they are secondary to the central construction that dominates the space. At the heart of the enclosure is the entrance to the well. A stone staircase, seemingly untouched by the centuries, begins at ground level and descends deep into the earth. This staircase is the defining feature of the monument. 25 steps of flawlessly cut basalt, narrowing in both width and height in a perfect trapezoidal shape as they lead toward the water chamber below. The closer one looks, the more apparent the craftsmanship becomes. Each block has been shaped to fit seamlessly against the next without the use of mortar, the joints so tight that plants find little space to grow between them. The geometry is exact. The trapezoid created by the walls of the staircase seems to draw the visitor forward and downward at the same time, creating a visual rhythm that matches the physical movement of descent. The proportions are consistent, each step sized for comfort and uniformity, suggesting careful planning by designers who understood both structural integrity and human experience. At the base lies the water chamber, circular in plan, with smooth stone walls that rise into a corbelled vault. Each successive layer of stone slightly overhangs the one beneath it, creating a narrowing effect that culminates in a perfectly round opening at the very top. This aperture, just over a meter across, reveals a circle of sky. On certain nights, particularly during specific points in the moon's long cycle, moonlight passes through this opening and falls directly upon the surface of the water below. For many scholars, this alignment is too precise to be coincidental. Some believe the well was deliberately oriented to mark astronomical events, perhaps the 18.5-year lunar standstill cycle or key moments in the solar year such as solstices and equinoxes. If so, the builders possessed not only advanced construction skills but also a sophisticated understanding of long-term celestial patterns, knowledge that would have required careful observation and intergenerational record-keeping. The effect of the structure on a visitor is immediate and deliberate. At the top of the staircase, the world is wide and open, but with each step downward, the outer landscape disappears from view. The air becomes cooler, the light changes, and the narrowing walls focus attention toward the dark water and the sky framed above. By the time one reaches the chamber, the experience has shifted from the open air to a space that feels enclosed yet still connected to the heavens. Whether or not this was intended as part of a ritual, the effect is undeniably powerful. Archaeological evidence adds to the impression that this was no ordinary water source. Excavations have uncovered pottery fragments and other small artifacts within the complex, some of which may have been offerings left during ceremonies. The surrounding stone buildings could have provided shelter or preparation space for those involved in these rituals. The oval enclosure itself, though irregular in shape, appears purposeful, its walls carefully fitted from basalt blocks, forming a boundary that separates the sacred space from the ordinary world outside. The Nuragic civilization, active in Sardinia from around 1800 BCE until the Roman conquest in the 2nd century BCE, is most famous for its nurag, thousands of tower-like stone structures whose functions range from defense to administration. Yet the sacred wells and springs scattered across the island show that their architectural mastery extended far beyond fortifications. These water sanctuaries, often monumentalized in stone, were places where the physical necessity of water merged with spiritual and symbolic meaning. The Well of Santa Cristina is among the most refined of these, both in execution and preservation. Working basalt into such precise forms without iron tools would have been an enormous undertaking. The builders likely used harder stones such as diorite, along with sand and water as abrasives, to cut and shape each block. The corbelled vault over the chamber demonstrates an advanced understanding of how to distribute weight evenly, ensuring the stability of the structure over millennia. The uniformity of the steps and the smoothness of the walls point to a coordinated construction effort, likely involving skilled laborers who specialized in stoneworking. The astronomical theories surrounding the well remain a subject of fascination. Some suggest that the builders intentionally aligned the structure so that the reflection of the moon or certain stars would be visible in the water at particular times, possibly for ceremonial purposes tied to fertility, agriculture, or seasonal transitions. Others caution that the alignments could be a byproduct of other design choices. Yet, the precision of the round aperture above the chamber and the careful symmetry of the staircase make it difficult to dismiss the possibility of intentional skywatching. The well's ceremonial role seems all the more likely when one considers how the act of descending into it mirrors symbolic themes common in ancient cultures. Water was often seen as a source of life, purification, and renewal. The journey down the narrowing staircase into a dim, enclosed chamber to reach that water could have served as a metaphor for rebirth or a passage into another realm. Emerging again into the sunlight after drawing water might have symbolized return and transformation. Visitors today often describe a quiet sense of order and focus when standing inside the well. The round sky above seems distant yet perfectly framed. The cool air wraps around the chamber, and the water, still and dark, holds its reflection like a polished mirror. It is easy to imagine that for the Nuragic people, such a place would have carried meaning that went beyond practicality. The surrounding complex reinforces this idea. The smaller stone huts may have been used by those maintaining the site, preparing for rituals, or accommodating travelers who came specifically to visit the well. The layout suggests an organized approach to movement within the space, perhaps guiding participants along specific paths during ceremonies. The location itself, near a natural spring, yet requiring substantial effort to build, speaks to intentional selection for both function and symbolism. Without written records from the Nuragic civilization, the well's original meaning remains beyond definitive explanation. Theories range from purely practical uses to religious pilgrimage, astronomical observation, and seasonal festivals. The pottery fragments, precise geometry, and possible celestial alignments all feed into these possibilities, but none provide a complete answer. What is certain is the scale of the investment in its creation. Quarrying, shaping, and placing thousands of basalt blocks with such precision would have demanded not only labor but also planning, organization, and leadership. This was not the work of a few individuals, but of a coordinated community effort, suggesting the well was important to many people across the region. Its survival into the present day allows the Well of Santa Cristina to remain an active participant in our own time. The basalt blocks still hold their form, the staircase still guides the visitor downward, and the opening above still frames the same sky the Nuragic builders would have known. On nights when the moonlight falls through the aperture to touch the water, it becomes possible, just for a moment, to imagine standing alongside those who first gathered here, seeing the same reflection that they might have considered a sign or blessing. The well of Santa Cristina endures as a reminder that ancient engineering could serve more than utility. Here, precision and beauty were applied to a structure that was likely meant to inspire, to connect, and perhaps to measure the passage of time in ways both practical and spiritual. And from this union of stone, water, and sky, the path through the mysteries of human creation continues, toward other places where meaning has been carved, stacked, and aligned in ways that challenge our understanding of what the ancient world could achieve. The first time Arthur Evans held the small, reconstructed figure in his hands, he believed he was touching the image of a deity whose worship had filled the palaces of Crete over 3,000 years earlier. Excavated from the ruins of Knossos in the early 20th century, the faience figurine now known as the Minoan snake goddess is striking in every detail. A bare-breasted woman, arms raised, grasping a coiled snake in each hand, her gaze fixed forward with an intensity that defies easy interpretation. Whether she represents a goddess, a priestess, or a symbolic figure is still debated, yet her presence has become one of the most iconic images of the Minoan world. The discovery was made in 1903 during Evans's excavations of the palace complex at Knossos, a sprawling site with storerooms, ceremonial rooms, and intricate corridors that had lain buried for centuries. In one of the rooms he named the temple repositories, archaeologists uncovered a cache of broken objects, many of them ceremonial in nature. Among the fragments were pieces of two faience figures, one more complete than the other, that, when reassembled, revealed the snake goddess in her now familiar pose. Faience, a glazed, non-clay ceramic made from ground quartz and other minerals, was a material associated with luxury and symbolism in the ancient world. Its smooth, glossy surface and bright colors would have made the figurine visually striking when new, reflecting the skill of the artisans who created it. The craftsmanship alone suggests that these figures held special significance, likely tied to religious or ceremonial functions within the palace. The larger and more famous of the two figures stands about 34 centimeters tall. She wears a tiered, flounced skirt that reaches her ankles, a tightly fitted bodice that leaves her breasts exposed, and a headdress topped with what appears to be a feline figure. In each raised hand she holds a snake, their bodies curling and extending outward. The smaller figure, reconstructed from fewer fragments, also depicts a female holding snakes but in a different arrangement, with a bird-like element on her head. The snakes themselves are a crucial part of the mystery. In many cultures, snakes carry layered symbolic meanings. They can represent renewal due to their ability to shed their skins, fertility through their connection to the earth, and protection as guardians of sacred spaces. In the context of Minoan religion, their meaning is uncertain, but their deliberate inclusion in both figures suggests they were integral to the identity or role of the woman depicted. One interpretation is that the figure represents a mother goddess or an earth goddess, a central figure in Minoan religious life. In this view, the exposed breasts emphasize fertility and nurturing, while the snakes reinforce a connection to the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. Another theory holds that she is a high-ranking priestess engaged in a ritual, with the snakes functioning as sacred animals under her control. This reading shifts the focus from divine embodiment to human religious authority, with the figurine serving as a representation of ceremonial power. Evans himself favored the goddess interpretation, seeing the figurines as evidence of a female-centered religion in Minoan Crete. He linked them to a broader pattern of goddess worship he believed was present across the ancient Mediterranean. While his ideas have since been refined and in some cases challenged, the snake goddess remains a central figure in discussions of Minoan religion and iconography. The find spot within the so-called temple repositories adds another layer of complexity. These small storerooms contained an array of objects, figurines, vessels, and ritual paraphernalia buried beneath collapsed debris. Some scholars believe they were intentionally deposited, perhaps as part of a closing or purification ritual for the space. If so, the snake goddess may have been retired from use in a ceremony, placed alongside other sacred items to mark the end of a particular phase of ritual activity. The craftsmanship of the figurine is a testament to Minoan artistic skill. Faience was not native to Crete and may have been imported or made locally using techniques influenced by Egypt and the Near East. The application of colored glazes, the modeling of the clothing's intricate folds, and the rendering of the snake's bodies all speak to the work of specialists who understood both the technical and symbolic dimensions of their craft. While the snake goddess is often discussed in isolation, she exists within a wider body of Minoan art that depicts women prominently. Frescoes from Knossos and other Minoan sites show elaborately dressed women participating in ceremonies, handling animals, and engaging in what appear to be religious activities. This prominence suggests that women, whether divine or mortal, played central roles in Minoan ritual life. The snake goddess could be a stylized representation of that cultural reality, embodying both authority and sacred connection. The reconstruction of the figurine has also played a role in shaping perceptions. Since the original was found in fragments, certain details, such as the feline atop the headdress, were restored based on comparison with other artifacts and Evans's own interpretations. This means that what we see today may not be an exact replica of the original, but rather a scholarly reconstruction influenced by early 20th century ideas about Minoan religion. Later researchers have questioned some of these restored elements, though the overall pose and symbolism remain consistent with the surviving pieces. The identity of the snake goddess continues to be debated in academic circles. Some researchers emphasize her potential role as a household deity, suggesting that similar figurines might have been kept in domestic shrines. Others argue for a state-level cult, with the figurine representing a central goddess whose worship unified Minoan communities. Still others focus on the possibility that she was linked to seasonal rituals, agricultural cycles, or rites of passage. What is beyond dispute is the lasting impact of her image. The combination of poised stance, vivid attire, and the controlled power suggested by the snakes creates an impression of both authority and mystery. In museums, the snake goddess draws the gaze of visitors almost immediately, her confident posture bridging the gap between the Bronze Age and the present. The broader significance of her discovery lies in how it has shaped modern understanding of Minoan culture. Before the excavations at Knossos, much of what was known about Bronze Age Crete came from scattered references in later Greek myths. The unearthing of artifacts like the snake goddess provided tangible evidence of a complex, artistically rich society with its own religious traditions. While myths such as that of King Minos and the labyrinth may have distant roots in Minoan culture, the figurine offers a direct link to the beliefs and practices of the people themselves. The palace of Knossos, where she was found, was not a fortress but a sprawling, interconnected complex with ceremonial spaces, storerooms, workshops, and areas for public gatherings. Its architecture and art suggest a society that valued display, ritual, and the coordination of resources on a large scale. The snake goddess fits seamlessly into this context, representing the ceremonial sophistication of the Minoans. In the decades since her discovery, the snake goddess has been the subject of countless reproductions, scholarly articles, and artistic interpretations. She has come to symbolize not only Minoan religion, but also the broader theme of feminine authority in ancient cultures. This symbolic role has sometimes extended beyond archaeology into popular culture, where she appears in novels, exhibitions, and even jewelry designs. Yet the questions remain. Was she the embodiment of a central deity, a representation of a mortal priestess, or something else entirely? Were the snakes symbols of life and renewal, or of chthonic power and the underworld? Was the feline atop her headdress a guardian animal, a symbol of hunting prowess, or a purely decorative motif? Without written records from the Minoans, definitive answers remain out of reach, leaving the figurine as an open invitation to interpret and imagine. The snake goddess, in her reconstructed form, stands today in the Heraklion Archaeological Museum, where she is among the museum's most treasured and recognizable exhibits. Visitors often find themselves lingering before her display, drawn in by the precision of her features, the curve of the snakes, and the boldness of her attire. The effect is one of timelessness, as though the meaning she once carried still resonates, even if its exact nature has faded into history. In studying her, archaeologists are reminded that artifacts are more than just remnants of the past. They are points of connection. They carry forward the artistry, beliefs, and values of the people who made them, even when the details of those beliefs are obscured. The snake goddess is a particularly vivid example of this, her form speaking across millennia in a visual language that still commands attention. From the bright courtyards and storerooms of Knossos to the museum cases of the modern world, her journey reflects the enduring human fascination with the sacred and the symbolic. And as with so many extraordinary finds, she leaves us with more questions than answers, urging us onward to seek out the next piece of the puzzle hidden in the layers of history. When construction workers in the Bulgarian city of Varna began clearing ground for an industrial project in 1972, they did not expect to uncover one of the most extraordinary archaeological finds of the 20th century. Their work exposed a series of graves, each filled with artifacts that had lain undisturbed for over 6,000 years. Among them was an astonishing quantity of gold, delicately worked beads, bracelets, necklaces, scepters, and other objects, dating to around 4600 BCE. This collection, now known as the Varna Gold, is the oldest known gold treasure in the world. The sheer age of the find alone would be enough to secure its place in history, but what makes the Varna Gold even more remarkable is what it reveals about the people who made and used it. At a time when many human communities in Europe were still living in small, relatively egalitarian farming villages, the society represented by the Varna necropolis was producing exquisite metalwork, organizing complex burial rites, and displaying clear markers of social hierarchy. The Varna necropolis covers an area of roughly 7,000 square meters and contains over 300 graves. Not every grave contains gold, but those that do often hold astonishing amounts, sometimes more than a kilogram in a single burial. The craftsmanship is precise, with thin gold sheets, carefully shaped beads, and ornate objects that would have required not only technical skill, but also access to resources and trade networks. The gold itself was likely sourced from the rivers of the Balkans, where naturally occurring deposits could be panned and then worked into the desired forms. One of the most famous burials is Grave 43, often referred to as the Golden Burial. The individual interred there was a man buried with more than 1.5 kilograms of gold objects, including a scepter, beads, appliques sewn into clothing, and jewelry. The wealth concentrated in this grave suggests he held a position of exceptional power, possibly as a chieftain, religious leader, or both. The placement of the objects within the grave appears deliberate, reinforcing his status and perhaps symbolizing roles or achievements during his lifetime. Not all the graves at Varna contain human remains. Some are cenotaphs, symbolic burials without a body, filled with rich offerings, including gold objects and finely crafted tools made from copper, flint, and stone. The presence of such burials suggests complex beliefs about the afterlife and the representation of individuals in ritual contexts. It may also point to the memorialization of leaders whose bodies were not available for burial, perhaps due to death during travel or conflict. The gold itself is not the only marker of sophistication. Many of the burials contain items that show a mastery of metallurgy beyond what was previously thought possible for this period. Alongside the gold are copper tools, evidence of a community that understood smelting and shaping metals centuries before the Bronze Age began in other parts of Europe. This mastery would have required not just technical knowledge but also specialized labor, implying a division of skills within the society. Archaeologists studying the Varna necropolis have also noted patterns in the distribution of grave goods. While a small number of burials contain vast quantities of gold and elaborate artifacts, the majority have fewer or more modest items. This uneven distribution is one of the clearest indications that the Varna culture had a stratified social structure. Wealth and status were not shared equally. Some individuals held far more resources and influence than others. This is a significant departure from earlier Neolithic communities in the region, which tend to show relatively even distributions of goods in burials. The Varna site demonstrates that by 4600 BCE, certain groups in southeastern Europe were already moving toward complex chiefdoms or early states, with centralized authority and social inequality firmly in place. The symbolism of the gold is another subject of study. Gold does not tarnish, and its enduring shine may have been associated with the eternal or the divine. The use of gold in burials could have been a way to connect the deceased with supernatural power, to mark them as favored by the gods, or to proclaim their authority in the eyes of the living. Some objects, such as scepters, clearly served as symbols of leadership, while others may have been ritual implements or personal adornments. What makes the Varna Gold especially compelling is the level of artistry involved. The beads are drilled with remarkable precision, the thin sheets are shaped without cracking, and the designs show both aesthetic refinement and technical control. This is not the work of experimentation, it is the product of a developed tradition, suggesting that goldworking had been practiced in the region for generations before these burials took place. Beyond the artifacts themselves, the Varna necropolis has yielded valuable information about the people who lived there. Analysis of skeletal remains shows that the population included individuals engaged in physically demanding labor, as well as those who likely led more privileged lives, indicated by differences in muscle development and health. The golden burial individual, for example, showed signs of limited physical labor, consistent with a life spent in leadership or specialized roles rather than subsistence farming or heavy manual work. There are also signs of long-distance connections. Some of the shells found in the graves come from the Mediterranean, hundreds of kilometers away, indicating trade or exchange networks. The presence of these exotic items alongside gold and copper reinforces the image of a society that was integrated into wider regional systems of interaction. The discovery of the Varna Gold challenged the long-held assumption that advanced metallurgy and complex social hierarchies in Europe developed only after influences from the Near East or the Mediterranean civilizations of later millennia. Instead, it showed that local cultures in the Balkans were capable of achieving high levels of technological and social development on their own, well before the emergence of urban centers in Mesopotamia or Egypt. The process of excavating and studying the necropolis has been ongoing for decades. Each grave adds to the picture of Varna society, revealing variations in wealth, gender roles, and ritual practice. Women's graves, for example, also contain gold jewelry and finely made items, though none match the sheer quantity found in the richest male burials. This suggests both male and female elites existed, though perhaps with different forms of power or influence. One of the lingering questions about the Varna culture is what became of it. The flourishing seen in the necropolis appears to have been relatively short-lived in archaeological terms. Some scholars suggest that climate change, resource depletion, or social upheaval could have led to its decline. Others point to the possibility of migration or absorption into other emerging cultural groups in the region. Whatever the cause, the level of wealth and craftsmanship displayed at Varna was not sustained in the archaeological record of the surrounding centuries. Today, the Varna Gold is housed in the Varna Archaeological Museum, where it draws visitors from around the world. Seeing the artifacts in person reveals details that photographs cannot fully capture: the fine incisions in the metal, the uniformity of the beadwork, the delicate proportions of ceremonial objects. Each piece stands as a testament to the skill and vision of the people who made it, and to the society that valued such artistry enough to bury it with their dead. The impact of the find reaches beyond archaeology into the broader understanding of human history. It forces a reconsideration of the timelines for technological innovation and social complexity, showing that even in the 5th millennium BCE, communities in southeastern Europe were experimenting with governance, wealth display, and long-distance interaction. It also demonstrates that the desire to commemorate the dead with symbols of power and beauty is as old as complex society itself. The Varna necropolis remains a rich field for research. Advances in techniques such as isotope analysis and DNA sequencing hold the potential to reveal more about the origins, health, and relationships of the people buried there. Such studies could clarify whether the elites were part of extended family lineages, how they acquired their wealth, and what role they played in the community. Even without these future discoveries, the Varna Gold has already transformed the narrative of Europe's prehistoric past. It reminds us that civilizations can rise, innovate, and express themselves in ways that are both deeply local and universally resonant. Gold, with its unchanging luster, became the medium through which the people of Varna told their story. A story that, once buried, has now been brought back into the light. From these graves along the Black Sea coast, where gold was used to mark status, belief, and identity, the path through history continues, leading onward to other finds that challenge what we think we know about the earliest expressions of human ambition. In a peat bog in northern Denmark, workers cutting turf in the year 1891 uncovered pieces of silver unlike anything they had ever seen. What first appeared to be scattered fragments of metal slowly revealed itself, through careful collection and reconstruction, as a massive, ornately decorated vessel. The Gundestrup Cauldron, as it came to be known, was not simply large, it was monumental in both craftsmanship and mystery. Measuring over half a meter in diameter and weighing nearly 9 kilograms of silver, it bore panels covered with intricate, high-relief scenes. Gods, animals, warriors, horned figures, ritual processions, and beasts of both familiar and fantastical form. From the moment it emerged from the bog's preserving embrace, it posed more questions than answers. The first puzzle lies in its sheer opulence. Silver in the Iron Age was rare and valuable, requiring not just access to raw material but also the expertise to smelt, hammer, and form it into sheets before engraving and gilding. This was not a utilitarian object for holding food or drink. It was a statement piece, perhaps a sacred one made by artisans of extraordinary skill. The panels are not cast but beaten into shape, each scene carefully worked to a three-dimensional depth. They are edged with delicate rope-like borders, and the interior as well as the exterior surfaces are adorned, suggesting that it was meant to be appreciated from multiple angles, perhaps even handled or lifted during ceremonies. Its imagery is where the mystery deepens further. The scenes appear to draw from a range of cultural influences, blending motifs that scholars associate with Celtic, Thracian, and possibly even Eastern traditions. On one panel, a horned figure, often referred to as Cernunnos, the Celtic god of animals and fertility, sits cross-legged, surrounded by wildlife, holding a torque in one hand and a serpent in the other. On another, a line of warriors marches toward a gigantic figure, possibly a deity, who appears to be dipping one into a large vessel, a scene some interpret as symbolic rebirth or initiation. Elsewhere, bulls rear against human challengers, griffins spread their wings, and intricate knotwork fills the space between figures. The mixture of styles and themes suggests that the cauldron did not belong to a single isolated culture. Some researchers believe it may have been crafted in Thrace, in what is now Bulgaria or nearby regions, and later traded or given as tribute to a Celtic chieftain in the north. Others suggest it was made locally by artisans who had been exposed to, or perhaps trained in, foreign artistic traditions. The idea of it being a diplomatic gift is compelling, as such objects often carried layers of political and spiritual meaning, functioning both as treasures and as binding symbols of alliance. Its purpose is another matter of debate. The term cauldron evokes the idea of cooking or brewing, but given its thin silver walls and elaborate decoration, it was almost certainly never intended for practical use. Instead, it may have been employed in rituals, perhaps for offerings of liquid or grain, or as a symbolic vessel in which sacred acts took place. The scenes of warriors being immersed could represent mythic narratives in which the cauldron restores life, grants wisdom, or transforms the initiate. In Celtic mythology, cauldrons often carry magical properties, such as endless provision or resurrection of the dead, making the imagery here particularly suggestive. The bog context adds yet another layer of intrigue. In Northern Europe, bogs often served as ritual deposition sites, places where valuable goods, weapons, and even human remains were deliberately placed as offerings to deities or spirits. Objects placed in bogs were usually not retrieved. Their immersion was final, a gift to the other world. The Gundestrup Cauldron may have been sacrificed in such a manner, possibly at the end of its ritual life, dismantled and placed piece by piece into the peat to ensure it could never again serve mortal hands. The careful disassembly of the vessel before deposition might indicate a symbolic killing of the object, similar to the ritual destruction of weapons before offering. Scientific analysis of the cauldron has revealed further tantalizing clues. The silver contains trace elements that suggest ore sources in the Balkans, supporting the Thracian connection. The craftsmanship, however, shows familiarity with Celtic iconography, and the gilding techniques point to skilled metalworkers who understood both aesthetic design and the practical chemistry of binding gold to silver. Microscopic study of the engravings reveals that at least 3 different hands were involved in the decoration, each with slightly different tool marks and approaches to shaping figures. This hints at a collaborative workshop, or perhaps the involvement of multiple regions in its creation. The Gundestrup Cauldron also invites speculation about religious syncretism, the blending of belief systems. In the Iron Age, trade and migration were not uncommon, and powerful leaders often adopted or adapted foreign symbols to project prestige and connect themselves to wider mythologies. The presence of both Celtic deities and exotic beasts could have been deliberate, reinforcing the idea that the chieftain or king who possessed the cauldron was a figure of wide-reaching influence. Its condition upon discovery, dismantled but remarkably well preserved, speaks to the strange preservative power of bogs. The anaerobic environment halts decay, keeping organic materials like wood and leather intact for centuries. For the silver panels, the bog acted almost like a protective vault, sealing away the cauldron from corrosion. The find has therefore provided not just an artifact, but a near-complete physical record of an Iron Age masterpiece, untouched by later alterations or repairs. Interpretations of the imagery continue to evolve. Some panels have been linked to known mythological episodes recorded centuries later in medieval Irish texts, though such comparisons are always tentative. Others see in the panels a visual guide to ritual practice, perhaps instructions for a seasonal festival or rites of kingship. Still others focus on the possibility that the cauldron served as a communal emblem, a sacred object brought out only on the most important occasions, its very presence affirming the unity and continuity of the community. The size and weight of the cauldron imply that it was not meant to be moved casually. It would have required several people to lift it, suggesting that its use was both ceremonial and public. One can imagine it at the center of a gathering, gleaming in the light of a great fire, its figures seeming to move in the shifting glow. Those who approached it may have done so with reverence, knowing that the vessel's imagery told the stories of gods and heroes who shaped their world. Its afterlife, too, adds to its mystery. Once deposited in the bog, it lay hidden for nearly 2,000 years, during which entire civilizations rose and fell. The people who placed it there left no written record explaining their actions. By the time it resurfaced in the 19th century, the beliefs it embodied were long gone, replaced by the curiosity and analytical tools of modern archaeology. What it meant to its creators can only be pieced together from the fragments of art, material science, and comparative mythology. The cauldron has since been studied, displayed, and reproduced in countless books and exhibitions, each attempting to place it within a coherent narrative. Yet, in many ways, it resists closure. Its blend of cultural motifs, its ambiguous scenes, and the deliberate act of its burial ensure that it remains suspended between explanation and enigma. Perhaps that is part of its enduring allure, the sense that here is an object whose full story lies just beyond reach, inviting contemplation rather than resolution. And so, the Gundestrup Cauldron stands as both a masterpiece of ancient craftsmanship and a reminder of the limits of our understanding. In its silvered panels, the past speaks in a language we can only partly translate, hinting at a worldview in which art, ritual, and power were inseparable. What we hold in museums today is not merely an artifact. It is a fragment of a belief system, a ceremonial heartbeat from a culture that vanished into time. Even now, as scholars debate its origins and purpose, the cauldron retains an authority that needs no words. It embodies the truth that some creations were never meant to be ordinary. They were born to inhabit the threshold between the human and the divine. And when the last of its panels was placed beneath the bog's dark waters, it joined the long procession of human treasures deliberately hidden from view, awaiting the day when chance and curiosity would bring them once more to the surface, only for them to raise questions that lead us deeper into the past than we had imagined possible. And just as the Gundestrup Cauldron emerged to challenge what we thought we knew, so too would other discoveries rise from obscurity, each carrying its own riddle to unsettle the certainty of our history. When it first appeared in photographs, the skull did not seem to belong to anything that had ever walked this earth. Its proportions were unlike those of human remains, with a cranium that swelled high and back into an elongated dome, and eye sockets far larger and more oval than expected. Where a human skull would narrow toward the jaw, this one seemed to sweep into a taper that gave it an unsettling, almost reptilian quality. It was enough to make anyone pause, not because it looked like something familiar, but because it so clearly did not. The skull is said to have been discovered in the early 2007s in the village of Ulstücke on the Danish island of Sealand, though in later retellings, the location sometimes shifts, and in a few accounts, the country itself changes. One of the more common alternate claims places it in Bulgaria, buried in the soil as if waiting to be found. The circumstances of its unearthing are frustratingly unclear, and in a field where context is everything, that lack of reliable provenance immediately casts a shadow of doubt. Without a documented excavation, without careful cataloguing from the moment of discovery, it is nearly impossible to separate fact from later embellishment. Those who first examined the object in person noted that the bone, if it was indeed bone, had a pale, almost chalky quality, with an unusual surface texture. Some reports suggested that it was lighter than expected for its size, as if the internal structure had been partially hollowed. Measurements placed it within a range similar to that of a small human head, yet the dimensions of the orbits, those vast, almond-shaped eye sockets, seemed to dwarf anything in the human fossil record. For believers in the extraordinary, these proportions were irresistible. It did not take long for comparisons to begin. Enthusiasts of the unexplained likened it to descriptions of beings from myth and folklore, the serpentine gods of Mesoamerican tradition, the Naga of South Asian legend, even the so-called grey entities of modern UFO accounts. Others drew parallels with speculative interpretations of ancient Sumerian reliefs, where elongated skulls and large eyes are sometimes taken, rightly or wrongly, as depictions of non-human beings. The more cautious voices, however, urged restraint. Without clear evidence of where it had been found, in what layer of soil, near which other objects, or under what conditions, any conclusions about its age or origin would rest on guesswork. The best that could be done was to examine the object itself. A sample was eventually sent for radiocarbon dating, with results that pointed not to a deep prehistoric past, but to a time between the 13th and 14th centuries of the Common Era. An unexpected range, given the skull's strange appearance. Yet even here, questions arose. Was the dated material truly part of the original skull, or had contamination affected the result? Skeptics began to propose more terrestrial explanations. One possibility was that the skull had once belonged to an animal, perhaps heavily deformed through natural processes or human modification, and had been misidentified through the lens of expectation. Another was that it might be a carefully crafted hoax, a modern forgery designed to mimic the uncanny, using a mix of real bone, resin, or plaster, then aged artificially to suggest antiquity. Such creations are not unknown. The history of archaeology is dotted with elaborate fabrications meant to fool scholars and capture the public imagination. If it was a hoax, it was a successful one, at least in terms of attention. The Sealand Skull quickly spread through online forums and websites dedicated to mysteries and alternative history. Photographs circulated widely, accompanied by speculative captions that often went far beyond the available evidence. Claims emerged of secret societies in Denmark that had guarded ancient knowledge of non-human visitors. In some versions, the skull was said to be linked to a group known as the Order of Pegasus, allegedly dedicated to studying artifacts that defied conventional science. None of these claims, however, could be substantiated with hard evidence. What made the skull so compelling was not just its shape, but the human tendency to fill gaps in the story with whatever we most wish, or fear, to be true. Lacking definitive information, people projected onto it 1,000 possibilities. The relic of a lost species, the remains of a visitor from the stars, the proof of myths that had always been dismissed as metaphor. It is in this uncertain space that objects like the Sealand Skull find their power. From a scientific perspective, the most likely explanation remains that the skull is either an altered animal specimen or a modern creation. The strange features could be the result of deliberate reshaping, perhaps for artistic or ritual purposes. The size and placement of the eye sockets, while unusual, are not entirely outside the range of known terrestrial animals, especially when distortion or modification is involved. Without rigorous testing and peer-reviewed publication, the object cannot be considered evidence of anything beyond its own curious existence. Yet that does not entirely strip it of intrigue. Archaeology is not only the study of the distant past, but also the study of how we think about the past. And the Sealand Skull, whatever its true nature, reveals as much about the 21st century as it does about any earlier time. It shows how easily a single artifact, genuine or not, can ignite the imagination, crossing the boundaries between science, legend, and invention. It shows how quickly a mystery can grow in the absence of concrete facts, and how stubbornly such mysteries resist closure, even when explanations are offered. There is also the matter of the photographs themselves. In most cases, the skull is shown isolated, without scale markers or background context, making it difficult to judge its actual size or condition. This absence of reliable visual documentation is, in itself, telling. Whether by oversight or by design, the effect is to keep the object floating in an ambiguous space, untethered to any verifiable setting. That ambiguity is precisely what allows the mythos around it to thrive. In the end, the Sealand Skull stands as a reminder that not every artifact, real or fabricated, must fit neatly into our frameworks of understanding. Some exist only to provoke questions. And while rigorous scholarship demands that such questions be pursued with discipline and skepticism, human curiosity often runs ahead of the evidence, weaving elaborate possibilities long before the facts can catch up. Perhaps the most enduring truth is that mystery is a resource in itself. It draws the mind forward, inviting speculation, debate, and wonder. Whether resting in a museum drawer, lying forgotten in a private collection, or existing only in photographs and rumor, the Sealand Skull holds a place in the long continuum of objects that compel us to look twice, not because they give us answers, but because they suggest there is more to find. And just as one unusual artifact can ignite years of speculation, so too can the broader search lead us toward discoveries that rewrite the boundaries of the possible. Some may be as tangible as the soil from which they are lifted. Others may be little more than traces and questions. Yet each, in its own way, carries us further into the deep and winding corridors of the human story, where the next turn might reveal something no less strange. It began with a rumor whispered among treasure hunters in the early 2000s, an object found in the desolate expanse of Chile's Atacama Desert that seemed to defy any ordinary explanation. Those who claimed to have seen it spoke of a tiny, mummified figure, unlike anything in human anatomy textbooks. Barely 15 centimeters long, it possessed a head shaped more like the drawn-out curve of a teardrop than the rounded skull of a newborn. The eye sockets slanted upward in a way that called to mind both the stylized art of ancient cultures and the imagined beings of science fiction. 10 pairs of ribs, rather than the 12 seen in most humans, added another layer of strangeness. For a time, the story traveled through circles of collectors and fringe researchers, acquiring the same charged energy that always surrounds objects that seem to invite rewriting the rules of what is possible. The skeleton, later nicknamed Atta, eventually surfaced in photographs that would be widely shared across online forums. Its proportions were striking. The head took up almost a quarter of its total length, and the limbs were thin, tapering, and desiccated. The bones appeared well developed for something so small, prompting early speculation that this was not a fetus or newborn, but a miniature being that had somehow reached several years of age. That idea, paired with its desert provenance and unusual cranial shape, fueled a theory that would become both its most famous and most misleading label, an alien. The Atacama Desert is a place uniquely suited to preserving organic material for centuries, even millennia. Stretching for hundreds of kilometers along Chile's northern coast, it is one of the driest regions on Earth, with areas that have recorded no measurable rainfall for decades. In this hyper-arid environment, the natural processes of decay are slowed almost to a halt. What might rot away in more temperate climates can remain intact here, locked in place by salt, sand, and relentless sunlight. The The discovery of ancient mummies in the Atacama is not unusual in itself. What made Ata so compelling was the combination of her physical anomalies and the vacuum of reliable information about her origin. The earliest accounts place her discovery around 2003 in an abandoned mining settlement called La Noria. These old nitrate mining towns, once bustling during the 19th and early 20th centuries, were left to crumble when the industry collapsed. Wooden structures, rusting machinery, and scattered debris remain, all surrounded by a desert so inhospitable that the only movement comes from the wind. Somewhere among these ruins, according to the man who first claimed possession of Ata, lay a cloth pouch inside of which the tiny skeleton rested. The exact details, whether she was found buried, exposed, or hidden, shifted between tellings, a hallmark of stories that have already begun to blur fact and embellishment. When images of Ata reached the public, they attracted the attention not only of UFO enthusiasts, but also of medical professionals and anthropologists. Some observers noted that the skull's shape could, in theory, be explained by known conditions such as craniosynostosis, where the sutures between skull plates close too early, altering head growth. Others pointed out that proportional discrepancies, like the apparently advanced bone development, were harder to reconcile with a straightforward diagnosis. The mixture of plausible medical explanations and lingering anomalies was the perfect recipe for speculation to flourish. By 2013, the skeleton had been acquired by a private collector who allowed a research team led by immunologist Gary Nolan of Stanford University to conduct detailed analysis. High-resolution X-rays, CT scans, and, crucially, DNA sequencing were carried out. The findings, once released, dismantled much of the extraterrestrial narrative while revealing something no less human and, in its own way, no less extraordinary. Ata was, without question, human. Her DNA matched that of indigenous Chilean populations, and the genetic markers indicated she had lived relatively recently, within the last several decades, not centuries. More precisely, the genome showed she was a female fetus, likely stillborn or having died shortly after birth. The unusual aspects of her skeleton were traced to severe genetic mutations. The researchers identified multiple mutations in genes associated with bone development, growth, and skeletal formation. These included genes known to influence dwarfism, scoliosis, and other congenital malformations. The reduced rib count, 10 pairs instead of 12, was one such defect. Her elongated skull, while dramatic in appearance, could be explained by a combination of premature cranial suture closure and abnormal bone growth patterns linked to these mutations. This conclusion reframed the story entirely. What had been paraded in sensational headlines as a possible alien body was, in truth, the remains of a child born with catastrophic developmental disorders. Her life, if she had one beyond the womb, would have been fleeting. That she came to rest in such an arid and remote place, eventually to be found and misinterpreted, raises questions about the circumstances of her birth and death. Was she buried by family members following local traditions? Was she placed in the pouch as part of a cultural or personal act of care? Or, given the proximity to abandoned mining settlements, might she have been left in a location where no one intended her to be found? The Atacama region's long human history adds another dimension to the mystery. Indigenous cultures here practiced varied burial rites, from elaborate mummification to simple interment. In some cases, the dead, especially infants, were wrapped and placed in shallow graves near the living spaces of the community, ensuring that they remained close to their kin, even in death. While Ata's more recent dating suggests she did not come from an ancient burial, the act of enclosing her remains in cloth resonates with these older customs, a possible echo of traditions that endured in isolated regions far into the modern era. The public reception to the scientific findings was mixed. For those invested in the alien hypothesis, the DNA results were a disappointment, even dismissed as a cover-up. For others, they underscored the importance of letting evidence guide conclusions rather than the other way around. Yet the fascination with Ata did not fade entirely. If anything, her confirmed humanity made her story more poignant. Instead of a visitor from another world, she became a symbol of the fragility of human development and the extraordinary ways in which our biology can deviate from the expected. Some bioethicists raised concerns about the treatment of Ata's remains. As a human, she was entitled to respect, and questions arose over whether her continued display or private ownership was appropriate. The circumstances of her discovery meant that her remains had not passed through formal archaeological channels, depriving her of the protections and cultural considerations that might otherwise have applied. There were calls for her repatriation to Chile and for burial in accordance with local customs, though these debates remain unresolved. From a broader perspective, Atta's case illustrates the complex intersection between science, media, and popular imagination. The image of her tiny, otherworldly skull was so compelling that it spread far faster than the slower, more nuanced truth uncovered by researchers. In this sense, she is part of a long lineage of finds that are transformed by the stories we attach to them. Stories that often reveal as much about human hopes and fears as they do about the objects themselves. Her bones, small enough to fit in the palm of a hand, carry within them a record of both personal tragedy and the deep adaptability of life. Each mutation that shaped her body tells a story of genes switching, misfiring, or failing in ways that, while devastating for her, offer insights into the mechanisms of human development. For geneticists, her genome provided an unexpected opportunity to study rare disorders in unprecedented detail, potentially aiding in the diagnosis and understanding of similar conditions in living patients. Even as the alien narrative fades into the background, the image of Atta remains lodged in the cultural memory, a reminder that not all mysteries come from distant stars, and that sometimes the most affecting stories are grounded firmly in the human experience. The dry air of the Atacama preserved her form against the odds, but it is the curiosity of those who encountered her that ensured she would not be forgotten. The story of Atta closes not with a grand revelation, but with a quiet acknowledgement. She was human, she was unique, and she lived, however briefly, within the same fragile bounds that define all of us. Her discovery, though born from chance and surrounded by speculation, leaves us with an enduring image of how the extraordinary often resides in the smallest and most unexpected forms. And as we trace the patterns of history and nature, her presence reminds us that even the tiniest remains can open vast corridors of inquiry, drawing us further along the winding path of our shared past. The story begins not with an announcement in the press, but with a discovery made quietly in the course of an ordinary archaeological excavation. In 1961, in the Central Highlands of Mexico, archaeologist José García Payón was working at the pre-Hispanic site of Tecaxic-Calixtlahuaca near Toluca. The site itself was not obscure. It had been known to scholars as part of the Matlatzinca culture, with layers of occupation stretching back centuries before the Spanish conquest. Excavations there had yielded pottery, tools, and human remains, objects entirely in keeping with what was expected from a settlement that thrived in the centuries leading up to European arrival in the Americas. Then, amid the soil and stone of a burial site, something unexpected appeared. It was a small terracotta head, barely a few centimeters in height, worn by time but unmistakable in its features. The nose was straight and narrow, the lips thin, and the hair arranged in a style unfamiliar in Mesoamerican art. To the eyes of García Payón, the face bore a distinctly old-world appearance, more specifically Roman. It was a type of portrait that might have emerged from the Mediterranean world between the 2nd century BCE and the 3rd century CE. Yet here it was, lying in a pre-Columbian grave in central Mexico, far from any known path of Roman ships. The burial in which it was found contained other artifacts consistent with local culture: pottery vessels, ornaments, and textiles. Carbon dating of associated materials suggested the interment took place sometime between the 13th and 14th centuries CE, long before the arrival of Columbus or any other Europeans in the Americas. This meant the head, if genuinely ancient and Roman, would have had to cross the Atlantic many centuries earlier. The very idea challenged the accepted framework of global history, which held that sustained contact between the Old and New Worlds began only after 1492. When García Payón published his findings, the head attracted modest academic interest but also skepticism. The most immediate question was one of provenance. Could the head have been introduced into the burial context at a later date, either accidentally or deliberately? Archaeological stratigraphy is a careful science, but contamination of a site through looting, earlier digs, or even natural disturbance can sometimes place artifacts in contexts that misrepresent their true age or origin. Garcia Payon, however, maintained that the head had been found in situ beneath undisturbed layers in association with pre-Hispanic materials. The physical characteristics of the head only deepened the puzzle. Its proportions, facial features, and even the texture of the terracotta seemed consistent with Roman provincial art. Scholars who examined photographs noted parallels with artifacts from the Eastern Mediterranean, particularly from regions influenced by Hellenistic traditions under Roman rule. The style of the hair, with short, defined locks, was not something commonly represented in the art of pre-Columbian Mexico. It was, however, familiar from busts and figurines found in places like Syria or Egypt during the Roman period. By the late 20th century, the head began to surface in debates over pre-Columbian transoceanic contact. Advocates for early crossings argued that if the head was genuine and had indeed been deposited centuries before Columbus, it could be evidence, however small, that Roman, or at least Mediterranean, objects had made their way to the Americas. They speculated on possible scenarios. Perhaps it was carried by a ship blown far off course or traded across a chain of cultures that spanned both oceans. Others suggested it might have traveled overland through Asia and crossed into the Americas via the Pacific, though such a route would have been even more unlikely for a Roman artifact. Skeptics offered alternative explanations. One was that the head was a modern intrusion, dropped into the burial site in more recent centuries, perhaps during the colonial era, without the knowledge of the excavators. Another was that it might be a forgery, crafted to resemble Roman art and somehow planted or miscatalogued. Without direct and conclusive dating of the head itself, rather than its burial context, these doubts could not be fully dismissed. In 1995, Austrian researcher Romeo Christoph took up the question with renewed focus. He sought to examine the head directly and, with the cooperation of Mexican authorities, arranged for thermoluminescence dating, a technique that measures the time since a ceramic object was last fired. The results suggested an age range between the 9th century BCE and the 13th century CE. This did not contradict a Roman origin. Indeed, it allowed for the possibility that the head had been made during the Roman period and later found its way to the Americas. Still, the broad range left room for interpretation, and the method's limitations meant it could not rule out more recent manufacture entirely. The possibility of transoceanic contact in antiquity has long been a subject of fascination and contention. Proponents point to scattered finds, the occasional Old World plant species in pre-Columbian sites, the presence of cocaine and nicotine traces in some Egyptian mummies, and anomalous artifacts like the Tecaxic-Calixtlahuaca Head as hints that the oceans were not as impassable as once believed. Critics counter that such evidence is often fragmentary, prone to contamination, or subject to misinterpretation. In the case of the head, even some who acknowledged its stylistic similarity to Roman art remained unconvinced that it necessitated a revision of global history. One object, they argued, could not outweigh the absence of broader archaeological and documentary evidence for sustained pre-Columbian contact. Yet the head's appeal lies precisely in its singularity. Unlike more common trade goods such as beads or shells, a terracotta portrait head is a culturally specific artifact. If it truly originated in the Roman world, it would have been the product of a distinct artistic tradition tied to a particular way of representing the human face. Its presence in a Mexican burial could not be easily explained by natural drift or independent invention. It would imply a direct or indirect transmission of both object and style across continents. The site of Tecaxic-Calixtlahuaca itself adds context. Located in the Toluca Valley, it was strategically placed along trade routes connecting the highlands with other regions of Mesoamerica. Goods moved through these networks over great distances, from the Pacific coast to the Gulf of Mexico and beyond. It is not impossible to imagine that an unusual object acquired from a distant and unknown source could have passed through many hands before ending up in a grave. In such a scenario, the head's foreignness might have given it special value, perhaps as a talisman or exotic curiosity. Over time, the head has become less a piece of definitive evidence and more a touchstone in the broader conversation about how we understand ancient connectivity. Museums and publications occasionally feature it alongside other so-called out-of-place artifacts, inviting viewers to contemplate what it would mean if such objects were authentic representatives of cross-cultural contact long before recorded history admits. Its small size belies the scale of the questions it raises. How far could ancient ships travel? What routes might they have taken? And how would such encounters have shaped both sides of the exchange? One of the lingering difficulties in assessing the head's significance is the incomplete nature of the original excavation records. Garcia Payon's documentation was adequate by the standards of the time, but it lacked the exhaustive stratigraphic detail that modern archaeologists would expect for an extraordinary find. As a result, later researchers must rely on a mixture of first-hand accounts, photographs, and the current state of the artifact itself. Each piece of evidence invites interpretation, and interpretation inevitably reflects the biases and expectations of the interpreter. Even if the head is eventually shown to be a modern intrusion, its story remains instructive. It demonstrates how a single anomaly can ripple through multiple disciplines: archaeology, art history, anthropology, provoking debate and forcing experts to revisit assumptions. It also illustrates the enduring human tendency to be captivated by the possibility of hidden connections, of voyages made against all odds, and of histories waiting to be uncovered beneath the familiar narrative. The Tecaxic-Calixtlahuaca Head still rests in Mexico, preserved as part of the archaeological heritage of the region. Its expression, faintly worn but still discernible, seems to gaze past the questions and controversies, as if keeping whatever truth it holds firmly to itself. Whether it crossed an ocean in antiquity, or merely crossed from one display case to another in more recent times, it has secured its place in the catalogue of enigmatic finds, small in size, vast in implications. What remains certain is that such artifacts, real or misinterpreted, compel us to keep looking outward. They challenge the boundaries we draw between civilizations and remind us that the past is never entirely closed to revision. In that sense, the head from Tecaxic-Calixtlahuaca continues to do what all great mysteries do. It refuses to settle into a neat answer, instead pulling us further into the long and often uncertain currents of human history. And so the journey moves onward, carrying with it not just the questions raised by a single terracotta head, but the wider sense that the world's ancient paths may have been more numerous and more surprising than we have yet imagined. When a workman brushed away the last grains of sand in a tomb at Saqqara in the year 1936, what emerged from the shadows was not gold, not jewels, but something stranger, a thin, dark object of stone shaped in a way that made no immediate sense. It was about 2 feet across, carved from brittle schist, and its form seemed to have been borrowed from a geometry unknown in ordinary tools of ancient Egypt. 3 curved lobes radiated from a shallow central hub, their edges sweeping inward as though the whole object were meant to turn, yet there was no sign of a mechanism. It was lighter than it appeared, the stone wafer-thin in places, and the smoothness of its surfaces suggested a precision far beyond what was expected from the time of its creation. This was the piece now known as the Sabu Disc, and from the moment it was uncovered, it has been provoking questions for which no one can quite settle on an answer. Rather than being found among the royal treasures of a pharaoh, the disc lay in the mastaba tomb of a high-ranking official named Sabu, who served during Egypt's first dynasty, around 3100 BCE. His role, thought to be that of a governor or administrator, would have granted him access to skilled craftsmen and rare materials, but the disc was nonetheless an odd inclusion among the grave goods. Schist, while attractive when polished, is fragile and prone to flaking. Working it into something with such thin, graceful curves without shattering it would have been a delicate process, even with modern tools. How then had someone in early Egypt managed to shape it with copper chisels, stone pounders, and abrasive sand? The arrangement of the lobes is the feature that most arrests the viewer's attention. They are not flat, each curves downward slightly toward the center, creating the impression of veins or blades. The central hub has a small hole, as if for a wooden dowel or shaft, leading some to suggest it might have rotated. But the fragility of schist would make it a poor choice for any high-speed or high-stress function. That contradiction, form suggesting motion, material forbidding it, is at the heart of why the disc resists easy classification. In the decades after its discovery, interpretations multiplied. Some archaeologists classified it as a kind of incense holder or offering stand, imagining that the lobes would hold small bowls or vessels. Others thought it might have been part of a lamp, with the lobes supporting wicks. There was even speculation that it could have been a fruit platter, though the effort required to carve such a shape from schist makes the idea seem implausibly extravagant for a serving dish. Outside of mainstream Egyptology, the disc has been drawn into more speculative theories. Its lobed design has been compared to modern propellers, turbines, or even the impellers used in fluid pumps. Those inclined toward the idea of lost ancient technologies see in it the remnant of a mechanism whose purpose is long forgotten. In this interpretation, the fragility of schist might mean it was a ceremonial replica of a more functional item made from metal, a symbolic object echoing the form of something once used for practical purposes. Yet there is no direct evidence that ancient Egypt possessed machines requiring such a component. The society of the First Dynasty, while already capable of monumental stonework, operated without wheels on carts or potter's wheels. Even boats, though well constructed, were driven by oars or sails rather than by any rotary device resembling the Sabu Disc. The propeller-like appearance may simply be coincidental, a shape chosen for symbolic or aesthetic reasons that do not translate into modern engineering logic. The very material of the disc complicates the story. Schist's layered structure means that carving it into thin, sweeping shapes risks splitting the stone along its natural planes. Achieving such uniformity would require immense patience and a precise understanding of where pressure could be applied without causing a fracture. If the lobes were carved separately and then assembled, the joins are invisible. If carved from a single piece, the feat is even more remarkable. What is certain is that the disc's maker, or makers, had to control both force and angle with near-perfect judgment. One slip, and weeks of work could be lost. In a world where tools were rudimentary and measurement relied on simple chords and sightlines, this level of craftsmanship speaks of a workshop that combined extraordinary skill with a clear vision of what was being attempted. Whether that vision was purely decorative, ritual, or functional remains the great unanswered question. For decades, the Sabu Disc rested in relative obscurity within the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, overshadowed by the more obvious splendor of golden masks and monumental statues. But as photographs and drawings of it spread among researchers and enthusiasts, its peculiar shape began to capture imaginations far beyond the archaeological community. Its image appears in books on ancient enigmas, in debates about lost civilizations, and in discussions of how much of the ancient world's knowledge may have been forgotten. Some modern experiments have attempted to recreate the disc using traditional methods, working with copper tools and abrasive sand to see if such precision could be matched. While results have shown that it is possible, they also confirm just how painstaking the process would be. Each pass of the tool must be deliberate, and the stone must be kept moist to prevent overheating and fracturing. Even so, the margin for error remains narrow. Such a project would have consumed considerable labor resources, suggesting the disc was an object of importance, not a casual creation. Its context in Sabu's tomb adds further intrigue. The mastaba, built of mud brick, contained other grave goods such as stone vessels, copper tools, and ceremonial items. None, however, match the disc in terms of sheer oddity. It is neither a common type nor part of a known set of objects from the period. This uniqueness makes it harder to situate in the broader material culture of early Egypt. If it had a function, it may have been one that was rare or reserved for specific ceremonial roles. Art historians have proposed that the form may have symbolic meaning now lost to us. The three-lobed structure could represent aspects of Egyptian cosmology, perhaps relating to cycles, triads of deities, or concepts of balance and motion. If so, the disc might have been used in rituals where its form itself carried meaning, even if we cannot reconstruct the exact symbolism. Such an interpretation allows for the elaborate craftsmanship without requiring a mechanical function. One of the more curious lines of thought connects the disc to ancient vessels. Egypt's early boats relied on reed construction, with curved hulls and a need for water scoops or pouring devices. Could the disc have been part of such a system? Its downward-sloping lobes might channel liquid toward the center, perhaps as part of a filtration or pouring apparatus. However, the lack of wear consistent with repeated contact with water or other materials makes this theory difficult to prove. There is also the question of why an object of such fragility would be placed in a tomb at all. If it had been a valued tool, one might expect it to show signs of repair or replacement. If purely symbolic, then it served its purpose in death as it did in life, to accompany its owner into whatever world was believed to lie beyond. In either case, it was buried with care, its shape intact despite the millennia it spent beneath the sands. Today, the Sabu Disc remains as it has always been, visible, measurable, and yet not fully understood. It resists the tidy categorization that makes other artifacts so easy to label. In that resistance lies its allure. It offers a reminder that even in a civilization as well studied as ancient Egypt, there are still objects that defy explanation, inviting us to question the limits of our interpretations. Perhaps the truth about the disc will never be fully known, or perhaps some future discovery, another artifact, an inscription, a context we have yet to uncover, will place it within a pattern we can recognize. Until then, it stands apart, an enigma that has outlasted countless generations of speculation. And as we follow its curves and consider the hands that shaped it, we move onward, deeper into the long corridors of human creativity, where each turn reveals forms that challenge what we think we know and hint that the next discovery may be even stranger still. One of the smallest objects recovered from the ancient city of Mohenjo-Daro is also among the most puzzling. No larger than a coin, these clay pendants bear markings that seem to belong to no language anyone alive today can read. Their surfaces are pressed or incised with tiny, deliberate symbols, neat lines, abstract shapes, and motifs that repeat across other artifacts of the Indus Valley civilization. They look, at first glance, like charms one might wear for decoration, yet there is a precision to their design that hints at a more complex purpose. These are not the hurried scratches of idle hands. Each mark feels intentional, as if it was meant to carry meaning to those who understood the code. The Indus Valley civilization, which flourished between roughly 3,300 and 1,300 years before the Common Era, left behind an archaeological record rich in brick cities, intricate drainage systems, and artifacts that display remarkable craftsmanship. Mohenjo-Daro, one of its most important urban centers, was laid out with careful planning. Streets intersected at right angles, multi-room houses had wells, and a vast public bath suggests a shared emphasis on cleanliness or ritual. Yet, for all its visible achievements, the voices of the people who lived there are locked away behind a script that has never been deciphered. It is within this context that the pendants become especially intriguing. Found during excavations in the 20th century, they were recovered alongside more familiar artifacts such as pottery, tools, and figurines. The pendants are usually circular or slightly oval, made from baked clay, with a hole at the top where a cord could have passed through. The markings on them match the symbols seen on Indus seals. Small square tablets often made of steatite, carved with animal motifs and inscriptions. The presence of these same symbols on wearable items suggests that they may have been more than decorative. Perhaps they were identifiers, like name tags, or tokens tied to religious or civic life. Scholars have long debated the nature of the Indus script. It appears on seals, pottery, copper plates, and even tools, often in short sequences of 5 to 7 characters. Unlike Egyptian hieroglyphs or Sumerian cuneiform, it has never been found in long texts, which makes decipherment difficult. Without a bilingual inscription, something like the Rosetta Stone, researchers have no direct way to match symbols to known languages. This means that when looking at the pendants, we can only guess at their function and meaning. One theory is that the pendants served as amulets. In many ancient cultures, wearing inscribed objects was thought to bring protection, luck, or spiritual favor. The symbols could have invoked deities, represented prayers, or acted as charms against illness or misfortune. If so, the pendants would have had personal significance, carried close to the body in daily life. Another possibility is that they functioned as markers of status or occupation. The hole at the top could have allowed them to be strung and worn openly, displaying a role, a family emblem, or even an affiliation with a particular guild. A more administrative theory proposes that the pendants were part of an early system of record-keeping. The Indus Valley economy relied on trade, both within the civilization and with distant regions. Merchants from Mohenjo-Daro are believed to have interacted with Mesopotamia, as suggested by Indus seals found in cities like and Kish. In this light, the pendants might have worked as trade tokens, receipts, or official identifiers for goods in transit. Wearing such a token could have signaled a right to transport, sell, or purchase certain goods. The craftsmanship of the pendants is itself worth noting. While made from clay, a common and accessible material, the shapes are uniform and the inscriptions are cleanly executed. This indicates that they were not casual objects, but the result of skilled work. The consistency also implies a shared system of symbols understood across a wide area, pointing again to the mystery of the Indus script's lost meaning. The circumstances of their discovery add further intrigue. Mohenjo-Daro's archaeological layers show signs of careful urban design, but also of abrupt abandonment. Scholars still debate why the city declined. Some point to climate change, shifts in river patterns, or flooding. Others consider the possibility of resource depletion or social upheaval. The pendants, found in these layers, stand as fragments of personal lives that were interrupted. Were they left behind in haste, or were they placed deliberately, perhaps as offerings? Without written records, such questions remain unanswered. Efforts to decode the script have used statistical analysis, comparisons to known languages, and even artificial intelligence. Some researchers believe the symbols represent a fully developed language, possibly Dravidian or related to it. Others suggest the script is more like a set of religious or administrative symbols, not a true written language. If the former is correct, then the pendants might carry names, titles, or phrases. If the latter, they might be more emblematic, communicating through shared cultural understanding rather than phonetic sounds. One of the more speculative ideas is that the pendants played a role in a kind of non-verbal communication. If their markings indicated membership in a group, belief system, or community, they might have been recognized instantly by others, much as uniforms or badges are today. This would explain their portability and prominence, a way of displaying identity without the need for speech. When holding a replica of one of these pendants, it is easy to imagine the human connection it once represented. Perhaps a merchant adjusted it before heading into a marketplace crowded with buyers. Perhaps a child wore one, a gift from a parent marking a rite of passage. Or perhaps it belonged to a priest, its symbols aligning with the rituals conducted in the heart of the city. These possibilities remain only in the realm of imagination, but they give weight to an object that might otherwise be dismissed as a simple piece of clay. The broader mystery of Mohenjo-Daro magnifies the enigma of the pendants. This was a city ahead of its time in organization and infrastructure, yet entirely opaque in language. Its people built granaries, dockyards, and wells, but left no decipherable chronicles of their own history. Each artifact, from the largest architectural feature to the smallest pendant, is a fragment of a story that cannot be fully told. The pendants, because they are small and personal, feel especially poignant. They are not monumental like the Great Bath or the city walls. They are not tools of war or large-scale trade. They are intimate, objects worn close, likely chosen or made for specific individuals. This intimacy makes their unreadable symbols even more frustrating for scholars. It is as though a personal letter has been preserved for thousands of years, but the language is lost forever. Occasionally, new discoveries offer small hints. A pendant found in one part of the city may bear the same sequence of symbols as a seal discovered elsewhere, suggesting that certain patterns were common. This repetition could mean shared names, titles, or standardized tokens. But without translation, these connections remain patterns without clear meaning. Over time, the mystery of the pendants has drawn not only archaeologists but also artists, writers, and those fascinated by ancient puzzles. They have appeared in museum exhibits, their tiny forms displayed under glass, with placards carefully avoiding definitive claims. The restraint in these descriptions reflects the uncertainty that surrounds them. While many artifacts are presented with confident explanations, the Mohenjo-Daro pendants are introduced with phrases like possibly used for or believed to have, reminders that we stand on the outside of their world, guessing. Perhaps the most enduring quality of the pendants is how they embody the paradox of the Indus Valley civilization. Here was a society with clear expertise in urban planning, trade, and craftsmanship, yet it kept, whether intentionally or by historical accident, its language to itself. If the pendants could be read, they might confirm theories about social structure, belief systems, or daily life. They might even connect the Indus people to other civilizations through shared symbols or loanwords. Instead, they sit in the space between knowledge and mystery, their potential locked away. This unresolved nature is part of what makes them so compelling. They resist the closure that many historical objects offer. Where other artifacts tell us exactly how they were used, these pendants refuse to settle into a single story. They are artifacts that invite questions rather than provide answers, and in doing so they remain alive in scholarly debate. The city that produced them is long gone, its streets buried under layers of earth and time. Yet the pendants persist, durable in their fired clay, stubborn in their refusal to yield meaning. Each one carries a trace of the hand that made it and the person who wore it, linking us faintly to lives lived thousands of years ago. Their message, whatever it once was, now drifts somewhere between loss and discovery. A thread waiting to be picked up by hands yet to come. There are places where the past refuses to separate itself into neat layers, where every handful of soil holds a conversation between centuries that should never have met. Panga ya Saidi, a limestone cave hidden among the forests of coastal Kenya, is one of those rare locations. Inside its wide mouth, archaeologists have found tools shaped tens of thousands of years apart lying in almost casual proximity, as if the people who made them had stepped outside only briefly before returning millennia later to the same hearth. The discovery has unsettled the idea that human history is a sequence of disconnected chapters. Here, the pages are written over one another again and again, across time so vast it is difficult to imagine. The cave itself is not an intimidating sight. Its entrance is broad but not monumental, the overhang worn smooth by rain and wind, the interior cool and dry. It lies about 15 kilometers inland from the Kenyan coast, a region rich in biodiversity. From the surrounding forest, the smell of damp earth mingles with the scent of flowering plants, and the soundscape shifts between birdsong, insect hum, and the occasional rustle of monkeys in the canopy. This was true thousands of years ago, and it is likely one of the reasons humans kept returning here. A cave with steady shelter, fresh water nearby, and abundant food sources was more than a refuge. It was an anchor point. When systematic excavations began, researchers did not expect to find an unbroken record of human presence. They anticipated traces of different occupations, perhaps separated by long absences, as is common in prehistoric sites. Instead, layer after layer revealed continuous human use stretching from the Middle Stone Age right through to modern times, a span of roughly 78,000 years. In archaeological terms, this is extraordinary. Such continuity means the cave is not just a witness to the emergence of modern humans, but a constant participant in their story. One of the most striking finds came from layers dating to around 78,000 years ago, stone tools shaped in a style associated with early Homo sapiens in Africa. These were not crude flakes chipped off larger stones. They showed refinement, blades and points carefully crafted for cutting, scraping, and piercing. The precision suggested knowledge passed down through generations. People were not simply surviving here, they were making things to a standard that spoke of skill and cultural stability. Above these earliest layers, other surprises emerged. Around 33,000 years ago, beadwork began to appear. Tiny perforated shells, likely once strung together into necklaces or sewn onto clothing, offered a glimpse into symbolic expression. Ornamentation, after all, is rarely about utility. It tells of identity, status, or perhaps shared belief. The presence of such beads in Panga ya Saidi implies that even in a small cave community, people found value in creating beauty and marking themselves as part of something beyond mere survival. As the excavation continued upward through the stratigraphy, artifacts from different technological traditions appeared. Middle Stone Age tools gradually gave way to those of the later Stone Age, with smaller, more standardized microliths. These may have been mounted into composite tools such as arrows or spears, increasing efficiency in hunting. That transition happened here without a dramatic break. No sudden abandonment, no empty centuries. The people of Panga ya Saidi adapted their technology while maintaining their occupation of the site. What puzzled researchers even more was the presence of Iron Age artifacts within the same continuum. Pottery fragments, iron slag, and evidence of metalworking suggested that when the surrounding region began to enter the age of metallurgy, the cave dwellers incorporated these advances without severing ties to their ancient home. There is a temptation to imagine generations telling stories about the cave's earliest occupants, the knowledge of its shelter passed along like an heirloom. Yet whether such oral memory truly survived across tens of millennia is unknown. The cave also held human remains, the most famous being a child's burial from roughly 78,000 years ago. The skeleton, nicknamed Mtoto, meaning child in Swahili, was found in a carefully prepared pit. The body had been placed in a flexed position, knees drawn up, head resting on a pillow-like support that left an impression in the soil. This was not a hasty disposal. It was a deliberate, tender act, suggesting that even at this early stage, people here practiced ritual care for their dead. Such burials are rare for the period, making Mtoto's grave one of the oldest known examples of human funerary behavior in Africa. From a broader perspective, the continuity of occupation challenges older models of human migration and settlement. For decades, prevailing theories suggested that many sites in Africa saw episodic use. People would settle for a time, abandon the area due to climate shifts or resource scarcity, and return generations later. Panga ya Saidi disrupts this pattern. Climate data from the region indicates fluctuations in rainfall and vegetation, yet somehow humans here adjusted without leaving for good. They may have altered their hunting strategies, diversified their diets, or modified shelter arrangements, but they stayed. This stability might have been aided by the cave's location. Coastal East Africa is a zone of ecological transition between marine and terrestrial environments. People could exploit both land and sea resources, creating resilience against environmental change. If the forests thinned, the coast still offered fish and shellfish. If marine yields declined, the forest and grasslands provided game and plants. This adaptability could explain why the site remained viable across such an immense span of time. Still, questions remain. Was Panga ya Saidi continuously occupied by direct descendants of its earliest settlers, or did different groups take over, each finding value in the same shelter? Did cultural traditions persist here for thousands of years, or were they repeatedly reinvented by new arrivals who stumbled upon the cave's advantages? Archaeology can show continuity in use, but continuity in identity is harder to prove. Theories about cultural exchange also emerge from the finds. Certain bead styles and tool types found in the cave resemble those from sites hundreds of kilometers away. This hints at contact networks that stretched far beyond the immediate region. People may have traveled seasonally, bringing new ideas and materials, or traded with neighboring groups who carried items from distant lands. Such connections mean Panga ya Saidi was not isolated. It was part of a larger human landscape. Perhaps most thought-provoking is the way the cave's record compresses our sense of time. 78,000 years is longer than the span between the construction of the pyramids and today many times over. Yet in the soil of Panga ya Saidi, those eras are stacked so closely that a few centimeters of earth can bridge tens of thousands of years. To stand at the excavation trench and look down is to see human presence layered like a slow heartbeat. Persistent, adaptable, unbroken. Even in the present day, the cave is not forgotten. Local communities have long known of its existence, and oral histories sometimes describe it as a place of refuge. During times of conflict or environmental hardship, people may have retreated here just as their distant ancestors did. Modern visitors might see only an archaeological site cordoned off for study, but for countless generations, it was a living space, resonating with daily life. In 2017, an international team of archaeologists and local collaborators published their findings from Panga ya Saidi, and the site quickly became recognized as one of the most important in Africa for understanding the long-term story of Homo sapiens. Yet for all the measurements, carbon dates, and artifact classifications, the true depth of the site lies in what cannot be precisely catalogued: the human experience that played out in its chambers across unimaginable stretches of time. Consider, for a moment, the people who sat beside fires here when glaciers covered much of the northern hemisphere. They shaped tools from stone, shared food, and perhaps told stories to the youngest among them. Then imagine others, thousands of years later, hammering iron in the same space, the ring of metal echoing off limestone that had once heard the murmur of Stone Age voices. These are not disconnected scenes, but part of a single, continuous thread. The persistence of occupation suggests a lesson about human resilience. Across droughts, shifting climates, and technological revolutions, this place remained a home. In our modern view of history as a succession of distinct ages, Panga ya Saidi offers a counterpoint, a reminder that some places exist outside the rhythm of abandonment and rediscovery. Here, life flowed on without a break, its course bending but never severed. Perhaps that is why the site feels different from many other archaeological finds. It is not the relic of a vanished culture frozen at a moment in time. It is a record of constancy, of adaptation without erasure, and in that sense, it tells us not just about the people of the distant past, but about the enduring patterns of human life itself. The cave still holds more to uncover. Not every layer has been fully explored, and each excavation season promises the possibility of new insight. Another bead, another tool, another piece of the conversation between eras. As we leave the cool interior and step back toward the forest, the awareness lingers that beneath our feet lies an unbroken human presence older than most of what we consider history. And while the soil keeps its secrets for now, the record it guards continues to pull us further into the depths of time, toward the next mystery waiting to be told. Under the modern streets and traffic of Los Angeles lies a record of life and death stretching back tens of thousands of years. The La Brea tar pits are known for preserving Ice Age animals in remarkable detail: saber-toothed cats with their teeth bared, mammoths with fur still clinging to their bones, dire wolves in mid-stride. But among the countless fossils pulled from the thick asphaltic pools, only one complete human skeleton has ever been recovered. It belonged to a young woman, now called the La Brea Woman, who lived and died roughly 10,250 years ago. Her bones speak of a life from a time when the land that is now one of the world's busiest cities was a patchwork of grasslands, woodlands, and marshes. Yet they also raise questions about her final moments, questions that remain unresolved despite decades of study. The discovery was not the result of a carefully planned excavation, but came during a period when work at La Brea was focused primarily on the Ice Age megafauna. In 1919, workers were digging through deposits at Pit 10, a section of the site that had already yielded an abundance of fossilized creatures, when they came across the remains of a human being. Unlike the scattered bone fragments occasionally found at the site, these remains were substantial, a partial but identifiable skeleton of a young adult woman. She was estimated to have been between 18 and 24 years old at the time of her death. Alongside her bones were fragments of the skeleton of a domestic dog, a curious detail that immediately added complexity to the find. From the outset, the La Brea Woman stood out. The tar pits had claimed thousands of animals over millennia, but human bones were astonishingly rare. The prevailing theory for the absence of human remains is that people of the time knew to avoid the dangerous pools of asphalt. These pits were not the yawning, gaping hazards sometimes imagined, but more like patches of sticky, dark surface where asphalt seeped upward from deep underground. Animals that stepped into them could become trapped, their struggles drawing predators which often met the same fate. Humans, with the ability to recognize and avoid such dangers, likely skirted the area, making the presence of a human skeleton all the more unusual. The bones themselves carried no immediate signs of prolonged exposure to the elements before burial in the tar. This indicated she may have been trapped quickly or placed there soon after death. Radiocarbon dating carried out decades later would place her death at around 10,250 years ago, toward the end of the Pleistocene epoch. This was a transitional period when the climate was shifting, the glaciers retreating, and many of the great Ice Age animals were disappearing from the landscape. The people of the region were hunter-gatherers, living in small, mobile groups that followed seasonal patterns of movement and resource gathering. Her remains told a partial story of her physical life. She was of average build, likely accustomed to a physically active lifestyle that required endurance and strength. Wear patterns on her teeth suggested a diet that included coarse plant material as well as meat. There were no obvious skeletal markers of long-term illness, though she had some mild joint wear consistent with regular mobility and work. But the condition of her skull drew the most attention. The cranium bore a fracture on the front, near the forehead, a break that some researchers interpreted as evidence of a blow delivered close to the time of death. The nature of this injury led to early speculation that she may have been murdered, her body disposed of in the tar pit to conceal the act. Others cautioned that such a fracture could have occurred after death, perhaps during the process of the body becoming trapped and preserved. The uncertainty over whether the wound was perimortem or postmortem remains one of the central mysteries. The presence of the dog remains has also fueled debate. In North America, evidence of domesticated dogs stretches back at least as far as 14,000 years ago, but the role they played in human societies varied widely. Some archaeologists suggest the dog found with her may have been a companion in life, possibly dying alongside her in the same incident. Others think it could have been a burial inclusion, part of a ritual practice we do not fully understand. Without definitive evidence, both scenarios remain plausible. For much of the 20th century, the Brea Woman's remains were displayed at the George C. Page Museum, where they became a focal point for visitors interested in the human story within the Ice Age tableau. However, as archaeological ethics evolved, particularly regarding the treatment of indigenous remains, the display was removed. In the 21st century, the remains were repatriated to local Native American representatives in accordance with the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, NAGPRA. They were reburied in a location kept private to respect cultural traditions, bringing an end to the physical study of her bones, but not to the questions surrounding her death. One of the enduring debates about her story is whether she entered the pit by accident or design. Accidental entrapment is plausible. A misstep on unstable ground could lead to one foot becoming stuck, followed by an increasingly desperate attempt to free herself. In such a scenario, exhaustion and exposure might have claimed her before she could be rescued. However, the lack of other human remains from accidental entrapments suggests this was not a common fate for people of her time. The murder hypothesis, though controversial, has its adherents. If the fracture on her skull was indeed the result of deliberate violence, then placing her body in the tar would have been an effective way to dispose of it. The thick asphalt could obscure the remains and protect them from scavengers, while the location itself might be avoided by others, ensuring the body would remain hidden for millennia. This possibility paints a stark image of interpersonal conflict in early human communities, though the small and mobile nature of such groups makes the social context difficult to reconstruct. Beyond the specifics of her death, the Brea Woman provides a rare human connection to a world otherwise dominated by animal remains. She lived among creatures now the stuff of prehistory, giant sloths, short-faced bears, mastodons, and her life would have been shaped by the need to coexist with and survive among them. Her survival depended on deep knowledge of the land, the seasons, and the movements of game. Yet her end, whether by misfortune or malice, came in a place that preserved her long enough for modern eyes to find her. The tar pits themselves have been a scientific goldmine since excavations began in earnest in the early 20th century. Their unique chemistry preserves not only bones, but also plant material, pollen, and insects, offering a layered view of the environment at different points in time. The Brea Woman's placement within this record is a reminder that humans were part of these ecosystems too, though our presence is rarely captured so clearly. In the years since her discovery, advances in analytical techniques have opened possibilities for new insights, had her remains still been available for study. DNA analysis could have provided information on her ancestry, health, and possible genetic links to modern populations. Isotope studies might have traced her diet more precisely or revealed details of her movements in the months before her death. But the decision to rebury her reflects a balance between the pursuit of scientific knowledge and the respect for cultural heritage, a balance that continues to shape archaeology today. Her story has also become part of the broader narrative of Los Angeles history, linking the modern metropolis to a deep past that predates cities, agriculture, and written records. She represents a time when humans were just one species among many navigating a changing world at the close of the Ice Age. And yet, despite the vast gulf of time between then and now, her death carries a human familiarity, an individual life cut short, leaving behind unanswered questions. What is perhaps most remarkable about the Brea Woman is not simply the manner of her death, but the improbability of her preservation. Had her body been left in open ground, scavengers, weather, and soil chemistry would have erased her within decades. Instead, the tar locked her in place, sealing her away for more than 10 millennia until the moment of her rediscovery. This act of preservation was entirely accidental, a byproduct of geology rather than intention, yet it allowed her to bridge an unimaginable span of time to be seen again. Even now, without the bones to examine, her presence lingers in the questions she leaves behind. Was she a victim of violence, or did she meet her end through chance misfortune? Was the dog a companion in life, a ritual burial inclusion, or merely another animal that fell to the tar on the same day? Each possibility leads to a different interpretation of her story, and none can be fully confirmed. The uncertainty is not a flaw in the record, but part of its enduring draw. The Brea Woman's place in history rests not only in her rarity, but in the way she connects us to a deep, untamed past. She stands at the intersection of human history and natural history, her life shaped by the same forces that claimed mammoths and dire wolves, yet distinct in the human choices and relationships that defined her. Her bones, once displayed under bright lights and now returned to the earth, remain a reminder that even in a city as sprawling and modern as Los Angeles, traces of ancient lives lie beneath the surface, waiting to tell their stories when the time is right. And as we move forward in this journey through remarkable finds, we leave her story not with a resolution, but with the understanding that some mysteries are meant to remain just beyond reach, their unanswered questions keeping the past alive in our imagination. It began not with a spectacular dig site or the dramatic reveal of buried treasure, but with a quiet and unassuming find in the rolling grasslands of South Africa's Mpumalanga province. In the 1950s, farmers in the Lydenburg area came across objects unlike anything they had ever seen before. Ceramic sculptures shaped into human heads, their surfaces carefully incised with patterns, their expressions rendered in striking detail. There were 7 of them in total, each hollow, each made by hands long vanished from the earth. They did not resemble everyday tools, nor did they seem to be common household pottery. They were something else entirely, objects made with intention, yet carrying no obvious clue to what that intention had been. These artifacts, now called the Lydenburg Heads, have been dated to around the 6th century AD, placing them deep into the early Iron Age of southern Africa. It was a period when communities in the region were shifting from purely pastoral lifestyles to more settled farming societies. Yet for all the archaeological context available from other sites of this era, these heads remain baffling. Measuring between 15 and 25 centimeters in height, each head has distinct features, carefully modeled noses, mouths, and eyes, often with prominent brows or elongated shapes that might represent scarification or other forms of body modification. The patterns, carved and pressed into the clay before firing, form geometric arrangements that could be purely decorative or deeply symbolic. The first question most researchers ask is straightforward. Why would a community devote such time and skill to producing these hollow ceramic heads? One possibility is that they were part of a ceremonial tradition. Their hollow nature suggests they might have been worn, perhaps as masks or mounted in some way for display during rituals. The size of the heads, however, complicates this theory. They are too small to have been practical for human wear unless attached to something else. Still, ritual use remains one of the more widely accepted possibilities, in part because their level of craftsmanship seems far beyond what would be expected for mere toys or casual ornaments. Another avenue of thought considers them as grave goods. The 6th century AD was a time when burial customs varied greatly across southern Africa, often reflecting status, lineage, or belief systems. Placing ceramic figures with the dead could have served as a form of spiritual protection or a symbolic representation of the deceased's identity. Yet, frustratingly for this theory, the Lydenburg heads were not found in situ in a burial context. They were unearthed from farmland with no accompanying skeletal remains or clear stratigraphic information. This absence of context leaves archaeologists without the crucial clues that burial finds usually offer. What is particularly intriguing is the stylistic individuality of each head. They are not mass-produced objects. They carry unique facial traits, patterns, and proportions. This has led some to propose that they may represent specific individuals, leaders, ancestors, or perhaps even mythological beings. In societies where oral traditions dominate, physical representations of figures from history or legend could serve as visual anchors for storytelling and cultural memory. If these heads were indeed portraits, they may have been created to preserve the likenesses of people whose importance has long since faded from record, their names carried only in stories now lost to time. The method of their creation also raises questions. The clay was shaped and smoothed before being decorated with fine incisions and impressed patterns, likely made with small tools or even sharpened reeds. They were then fired at high enough temperatures to ensure durability, suggesting a well-developed understanding of ceramic technology in the region at that time. This level of craftsmanship tells us that the people who made them were not experimenting. They were part of a tradition where such skills had already been refined over generations. Yet, the very fact that so few of these objects have been found hints that they were not common items, perhaps made only for specific occasions or by specialized artisans within the community. Some researchers have drawn comparisons between the Lydenburg heads and other anthropomorphic ceramics from across Africa, noting similarities in both design and mystery. From the Nok terracottas of Nigeria to smaller figurines found in parts of East Africa, there is a recurring pattern of human representation in clay whose exact meaning has faded from collective memory. However, the Lydenburg heads stand apart for their hollow interiors and the specific way their features are rendered, details that suggest a unique cultural practice rather than a simple borrowing of styles. The patterns etched into their surfaces are another puzzle. Some take the form of crisscrossed lines, others resemble concentric circles or repeated geometric motifs. Such markings could be purely decorative, but in many traditional societies, these designs carry meaning, indicating clan affiliation, social rank, or achievements. They could also be symbolic markers, intended to communicate with the spiritual world rather than with other people. If the patterns do hold meaning, we lack the cultural key to decipher them. Without a direct connection to the people who made these artifacts, their language, if indeed it is a form of symbolic language, remains unreadable. Even the decision to make them hollow might carry significance. Hollow forms are lighter, of course, but they also resonate differently when moved or struck, producing sounds that solid forms cannot. Some anthropologists have speculated that the Lydenburg heads might have been used in performances, where sound as well as sight played a role in ritual activity. In this view, the heads could have been mounted on poles or carried in processions, their hollow bodies producing a distinct tone when tapped or shaken. While there is no physical evidence to prove this, it offers one more layer to the potential ways in which these objects could have been woven into the fabric of daily and ceremonial life. Their survival into the modern day is itself remarkable. Clay is a durable medium, but it is also prone to breakage, erosion, and the slow damage of centuries. The fact that 7 heads have been recovered suggests either that they were stored or buried in a way that offered some protection, or that they were simply lucky enough to avoid the hazards that destroy so many artifacts. That luck, however, has not been matched by clarity of meaning. The heads now reside in museums, studied and displayed, yet no consensus has emerged about what they were or why they were made. What makes the Lydenburg Heads so compelling is that they straddle the line between the familiar and the unknowable. We can see in them the human impulse to represent the self, to create lasting images of faces. We recognize the artistry, the care, the repetition of design elements that point to cultural tradition. And yet, the absence of written records, the lack of accompanying artifacts, and the gulf of more than 1,000 years between their creation and our rediscovery mean that we can only approach their story through fragments and parallels. Visitors who encounter them in museum cases often remark on their expressions. Some seem calm, others intent, still others almost stern. Whether these expressions were meant to convey emotion, status, or simply reflect the artist's style is impossible to know. That ambiguity is part of their lasting power. They engage the imagination, drawing us into speculation about the people who shaped them, the lives they lived, and the stories they told. Archaeology thrives on context, and without it, artifacts become like pages torn from a book. The Lydenburg Heads are 7 such pages, intriguing enough that we try to guess the story from the pictures alone. Perhaps they are fragments of a ritual tradition, the remnants of a now vanished performance art. Perhaps they are the faces of ancestors meant to watch over the living. Or perhaps they are something stranger still, their meaning rooted in beliefs and customs that have no modern equivalent. Over the decades, various researchers have proposed excavation campaigns in the Lydenburg area to search for further examples or for sites that might yield associated materials. While some surveys have been conducted, none have yet provided the missing pieces that could place these heads firmly within a broader cultural framework. For now, they remain a rare and isolated find, their origins anchored only by stylistic analysis and radiocarbon dating of associated materials from nearby early Iron Age settlements. It is tempting to think of the Lydenburg Heads as messengers from the past, carrying with them a message that we have not yet learned to read. They remind us that even in eras without writing, people found ways to communicate across time, to make objects that carried meaning beyond the moment of their creation. Whether those meanings were meant for the living, the dead, or the spirits is a question that may never be answered. In the end, the 7 heads sit quietly in their display cases, their hollow interiors as empty of explanation as they are full of possibility. We study them, we measure them, we compare them to other finds, but they resist easy classification. Their mystery is not diminished by our questions. If anything, it grows deeper the more we consider them. And so they remain, not just as relics of the 6th century AD, but as reminders of how much of human history lies beyond the reach of our certainty, waiting for that rare moment when a new discovery might bring the first hint of a long-forgotten truth. Some ancient monuments are impressive for their scale, others for their artistry, and some for the sheer strangeness of the scenes they preserve. At Cerro Sech&iacute, a low hill in the Casma Valley of coastal Peru, the surviving artwork manages to be all three. Here, set into a massive stone frieze that stretches along the outer wall of a ceremonial complex, dozens upon dozens of carved monoliths display human figures, weapons, and, most unsettling of all, gruesome depictions of dismembered bodies. Arms, legs, torsos, and heads are rendered in stark, deliberate lines, as if the artist wanted to leave no doubt about what was being shown. For a site dating to around 1500 years before the birth of Christ, this is not simply decorative carving. It is an arresting record of violence on a scale that challenges earlier understandings of what societies in this part of the world were capable of. The sheer number of stones involved is striking. More than 300 granite slabs, each standing upright and carefully fitted into the perimeter wall, form the main frieze. On them are carved over 100 distinct figures, warriors with spears, men carrying clubs, bound captives, and mutilated remains. The details are precise enough to identify individual body parts: severed heads with closed eyes, torsos without limbs, hands still clutching nothing. The style is consistent, suggesting a coordinated effort by skilled artisans working under the direction of a central authority. This is not the casual work of individual stone carvers, but a unified statement, something planned and executed with purpose. It is the purpose that remains elusive. Cerro Sech&iacute belongs to what archaeologists call the Casma Sech&iacute culture, which flourished along the northern coast of Peru long before the rise of the Inca. The site itself likely served as both a ceremonial center and a seat of political power. The main building is a rectangular structure built of stone and adobe, with the carved frieze forming an outer layer that would have been immediately visible to anyone approaching. The violence it depicts could have served as a warning, a historical record, or a religious narrative, or perhaps all three at once. The chronology makes the carvings particularly significant. At an estimated date of around 1500 years before the birth of Christ, they predate many other well-known expressions of large-scale organized warfare in the Andes by centuries. This raises the possibility that political centralization and militarism developed here earlier than previously believed. The scenes at Cerro Sech&iacute suggest not just interpersonal conflict but coordinated battles, the taking of captives, and the formalized execution or sacrifice of enemies. The precision of the depiction, combined with the monumental scale, points to a society with both the resources and the organizational structure to undertake such an ambitious project. Among the most compelling aspects of the frieze is the way it blends realism with stylization. The human figures are carved in a profile view, with faces shown in sharp outline and bodies reduced to simple but recognizable shapes. Limbs are often shown disjointed from the torso, laid out as if for inventory. Yet there is nothing random about their placement. The arrangement has a rhythm, with warriors interspersed among the fallen, creating a visual narrative that moves across the wall. In some sections, the sequence appears to begin with armed figures, then bound captives, followed by the carved remains of those same captives, as if charting the process from capture to execution. The possibility that the frieze serves as a form of historical record is tempting. If it does, it would be one of the earliest such records in the Americas to depict warfare in such explicit detail. Some archaeologists have speculated that the carvings commemorate a specific battle, perhaps a decisive victory that solidified the ruling elite's power. Others have suggested that the imagery could be mythological, representing a legendary conflict between supernatural or ancestral forces. In societies without written language, such images often served as both history and myth, the two blending in ways that resist modern attempts to separate fact from story. The site's location offers another layer of context. The Casma Valley is a fertile strip between the Pacific Ocean and the high Andes, making it a strategic corridor for trade, agriculture, and migration. Control of this valley would have meant control over resources and movement, both of which could have sparked conflict with neighboring groups. If Cerro Sech&iacute was the stronghold of a dominant polity, the frieze could be a statement of their strength and ruthlessness, a stone proclamation that resistance would meet with certain and brutal defeat. Despite its martial imagery, the Cerro Sech&iacute complex also contains features that point to ceremonial use. We can see the violence, we can count the figures, we can map the arrangement of limbs and weapons, but beyond that lies a realm of uncertainty where the motives, the beliefs, and the lived experiences of the people who made them remain just out of reach. The frieze stands as both a testament to human creativity and a reminder of how much of the human past is hidden in plain sight, waiting for the day when the right piece of evidence might draw its meaning into sharper focus. The interior includes large open spaces and platforms that may have been used for public gatherings, rituals, or elite ceremonies. This combination of religious and military imagery is not uncommon in early complex societies, where political authority was often justified through claims of divine sanction. In this light, the carvings could be seen not only as a record of human conflict, but as a sacred narrative reinforcing the ruler's right to govern, conquer, and punish. What is most unusual is how explicitly the violence is portrayed. Many ancient cultures favored symbolic or abstracted depictions of warfare, avoiding graphic detail. Here, there is no attempt to soften the reality. Severed heads are shown with neck stumps, internal organs are indicated in the carved torsos, and even the orientation of dismembered limbs suggests they were laid out deliberately for display. Such unflinching representation raises questions about the intended audience. Was this meant to terrify visiting envoys, to glorify the warriors? Or was it part of a ritual in which the display of enemy remains, both real and in stone, played a role in appeasing deities or ensuring cosmic balance? The discovery of the site in the mid-20th century brought immediate attention from archaeologists. Initial excavations revealed not only the carved frieze, but also the underlying adobe and stone structures, as well as evidence of earlier occupation layers beneath the monumental complex. These layers suggest that Cerro Sech&iacute was built atop older settlements, possibly as a deliberate statement of dominance over the past, as well as the present. The act of covering earlier structures with a new, imposing complex decorated with scenes of victory may have been a way to erase the memory of previous rulers while proclaiming the supremacy of the new regime. Over the decades, study of the site has been complicated by erosion, weathering, and modern encroachment. The granite slabs, though durable, have suffered from centuries of exposure to wind and rain. In some cases, the carvings are faint and difficult to read, requiring careful tracing and photographic enhancement to preserve their details. This deterioration adds urgency to the task of documenting the frieze, as each passing year brings the possibility of further loss. One of the enduring mysteries is whether the frieze was ever painted. In many ancient cultures, carved stonework was originally brightened with pigments, which would have made the scenes at Cerro Sech&iacute even more vivid. If this were the case, the wall could have presented not just the stark lines of granite, but a full-color depiction of battle, with warriors and captives differentiated by painted clothing or body markings. Traces of pigment are difficult to detect after thousands of years in an open environment, but researchers continue to look for microscopic residues that might confirm this possibility. In attempting to interpret the frieze, comparisons have been made to other Andean sites, such as the later Moche culture's painted murals and ceramics, which also show detailed scenes of warfare, sacrifice, and dismemberment. While the Moche flourished more than 1,000 years after Cerro Sech&iacute, the thematic similarities suggest that certain ritual and political uses of violent imagery persisted in the region over long periods. This continuity hints that Cerro Sech&iacute may be part of a much deeper tradition, in which warfare was not merely an unfortunate necessity, but an integral part of social and religious life. And yet, there are gaps in the story that resist even the most careful reconstruction. Without written records, it is impossible to know whether the figures carved into the frieze are meant to represent real individuals, legendary heroes, or symbolic archetypes. We cannot say with certainty whether the events shown took place over a single campaign or are a composite of many conflicts. The narrative flows across the wall, but it is a language we cannot fully read, a visual script without a translation. For those who visit Cerro Sech&iacute today, the effect is both immediate and haunting. The site is not vast compared to some other ancient monuments, but the density and clarity of the imagery create an overwhelming impression. The faces of the warriors, the rigid postures of the captives, the scattered remains of the dead, these are not abstractions. They are human forms rendered with an economy of line that somehow makes them more direct, more forceful. Standing before the wall, one is aware not only of the skill of the ancient carvers, but of the message their work was meant to convey. It is a message that has crossed nearly 35 centuries, though the full meaning may never be entirely clear. Perhaps that is what gives the Sech&iacute carvings their enduring power. They are fixed in stone, unchanging, but our understanding of them shifts with each new study, each fresh theory. When a team of explorers entered a remote cave system in New Zealand's South Island during the late 20th century, they expected to find nothing more than rock walls, cold air, and perhaps a few traces of more recent wildlife. Instead, their lights caught on something so unexpected that for a moment they struggled to understand what they were seeing. There, lying against the cave floor as though time had simply forgotten it, was a clawed foot, massive, leathery, and still sheathed in skin and scales. It looked as though it had been detached only recently, but the reality was far more astonishing. This was the mummified foot of a bird that had not walked the earth for centuries, the moa. The moa were once among the most impressive creatures to inhabit New Zealand. They were entirely flightless, with some species standing over 3 meters tall when fully extended. They had long necks, sturdy legs, and large, sharp claws. The Mount Owen specimen, as it became known, came from a smaller species than the very largest moa, but the preservation made it uniquely valuable. This was not merely a bone, this was skin, tendon, and tissue, an actual piece of the animal, providing a vivid sense of how it once looked in life. To appreciate the significance of this find, it is worth recalling how the moa came to vanish. Before humans arrived in New Zealand roughly 700 years ago, the islands had no land mammals other than bats. Birds filled nearly every ecological role, from ground grazers to predators. The moa occupied the niche of large herbivores, browsing forests and grasslands, shaping vegetation much as deer or antelope do elsewhere. For millennia, they thrived without serious predators other than the fearsome Haast's eagle, a raptor with a wingspan of up to 3 meters. The arrival of Polynesian settlers in the 13th century marked the beginning of the end. These early Maori hunters found in the moa an abundant and relatively defenseless food source. The birds had no instinct to flee from humans, having never encountered such predators before. Hunting pressure combined with habitat change drove every species of moa to extinction within perhaps 2 centuries. The Haast's eagle soon followed, its primary prey gone. That is why the Mount Owen discovery is so remarkable. By the time Europeans began exploring New Zealand in the 18th century, the moa had already been gone for hundreds of years, remembered only in oral traditions and hinted at by scattered bones. To find a part of a moa so perfectly preserved was akin to suddenly encountering a relic from another era, a direct physical connection to a creature known almost entirely from skeletons. The conditions that allowed the foot to survive were exceptional. The cave where it was found lay deep within the Mount Owen massif, far from sunlight, and with a stable, cold, and dry environment. This combination slowed decay to a crawl. Without fluctuations in temperature or moisture, the tissue avoided the usual processes of decomposition. Over the centuries, it dried and hardened, essentially mummifying in place. The sheer size of the foot left a strong impression on those who examined it. The scales were still textured, the claws curved and sharp, and the skin retained its form despite its great age. It looked less like a fossil and more like something that might have been taken from a modern bird of prey, scaled up many times over. For scientists, it was an opportunity to study moa anatomy beyond what bones alone could reveal. Radiocarbon dating placed the specimen's age at around 3,300 years old, far older than the earliest human arrival in New Zealand. That meant the bird had died naturally, perhaps from injury or age, long before any human had ever seen a moa alive. The foot's preservation was purely a matter of environment, not human intervention. This pushed the story of the moa further back in time, showing that its species had been part of the ecosystem for many thousands of years before human contact. The find also helped confirm details about the moa's skin and scales that had previously been speculative. Earlier interpretations relied on accounts from Maori oral history and comparisons to related birds, such as the emu or ostrich. With the Mount Owen specimen, researchers could directly examine the arrangement and structure of the skin, the thickness of the tissue, and even the attachment of tendons to bone. These details fed into reconstructions of the bird's appearance, behavior, and gait. It is worth noting that moa remains are not entirely rare. Their bones have been found across both the North and South Islands. What makes the Mount Owen foot extraordinary is the survival of soft tissue. Normally, even in the best of circumstances, skin and muscle are the first to vanish after death, especially in a humid or temperate climate. That this particular foot lasted for thousands of years required a near-perfect set of natural conditions. In a way, the discovery also highlighted how little of New Zealand's natural history had been fully explored. The cave in which the foot was found was not particularly famous or widely studied before the find. Its remote location meant that few people had ventured far inside. Had the explorers turned back sooner or chosen a different path through the tunnels, the specimen might have remained hidden for decades longer. Some have compared the Mount Owen moa to the frozen mammoths of Siberia, ancient creatures preserved so well that they seem almost ready to move again. While the moa foot lacks the complete body of those mammoths, it carries a similar power to bridge time. Looking at it is to see something that once strode across the forest floor thousands of years ago, as real and tangible as any living bird today. For Maori communities, the moa has long been part of cultural memory, a figure in stories and traditions. The Mount Owen specimen added a physical dimension to those memories, grounding them in a reality that could be seen and touched. In museums, replicas of the foot have been displayed alongside moa skeletons, offering visitors a glimpse of what these birds truly looked like beyond the bare framework of bone. The discovery also reignited interest in the broader moa story. How exactly did each species live? What plants did they prefer to eat? How did they interact with one another and with their predators? While much remains unknown, clues from the Mount Owen specimen have been used alongside other finds, such as coprolites or preserved droppings, to piece together a more complete ecological picture. It is striking to think that the moa vanished so quickly after human arrival, and yet this single piece of one bird survived far beyond that moment. In a sense, it outlived not only its species, but also the entire natural order in which it belonged. The forests and grasslands the moa once roamed have changed dramatically. The predators and plants that shaped its existence have shifted or disappeared. But here, in a small protected pocket of stone, one fragment remained untouched. The Mount Owen moa foot is not merely an object of scientific curiosity. It is a reminder of how fragile life can be in the face of sudden change, and how small acts of chance, like an animal dying in exactly the right place, can preserve a story for millennia. Standing before it, one can imagine the living bird, the way it might have moved through the undergrowth, the way its head turned to pluck leaves from a branch, the heavy thud of its steps on the soil. There are no living descendants of the moa. Unlike some extinct animals, it left no close relatives beyond the general ratite family, which includes emus, ostriches, and kiwis. The Mount Owen foot, therefore, is not part of a line that continues. It is a terminal link to a vanished past. That may be why it inspires such fascination. It is at once a relic of deep time and a portrait of a creature whose absence is entirely due to human influence. In the years since its discovery, the Mount Owen moa has been carefully preserved, studied, and replicated. The real specimen is kept under controlled conditions to prevent any further deterioration, while casts and models allow the public to see it without risk. Scientific publications have detailed its measurements, structure, and condition, ensuring that its information will be available long after the physical object is gone. Yet even with all the facts laid out, there remains something elusive about it, something that resists being reduced to data. Perhaps it is the way the foot seems poised, as though it might still take a step. Perhaps it is the thought of the long centuries it spent untouched in darkness. Or perhaps it is simply the rarity of such a preservation, the knowledge that this is one of the few moments when deep prehistory has left behind a physical signature so immediate. New Zealand's caves still hold many secrets. Other remains, other traces of the island's ancient inhabitants, may yet be waiting in dry corners, sealed away from light and air. The Mount Owen moa is proof that the past is not always as distant as we think. Sometimes it is lying in wait, ready to reappear when chance allows. The cave that guarded this specimen for thousands of years has now given up its most famous treasure. But the land around Mount Owen remains vast and complex, shaped by forces both geological and human. The story of this moa may be complete in one sense. We know what it was, when it lived, and how it was preserved, yet it also opens a door to countless other stories, still locked away beneath stone. And so, from one preserved foot, the imagination begins to walk again, searching for what else might lie beyond the reach of ordinary time. Under the surface of a calm New Hampshire lake, a discovery emerged that would puzzle archaeologists, collectors, and historians alike. The Lake Winnipesaukee Mystery Stone, with its smooth, egg-shaped body and deliberate carvings, is unlike anything else found in the region. When first brought into public view in the late 19th century, it drew immediate attention, not only for its unusual form, but for the enigmatic collection of symbols etched across its surface. Faces, agricultural motifs, and geometric designs all share space on the stone, but no clear narrative ties them together. Whether it is a relic of a forgotten culture or a much more recent fabrication remains unresolved more than a century after its appearance. The stone entered recorded history in the year 1872, when construction workers were tasked with sinking a fence post along the shore of Lake Winnipesaukee. While excavating a hole, they struck something solid. Instead of the expected bedrock or large root, they uncovered a dark, polished object nestled deep within the soil. Its egg-like shape fit comfortably in the hand, but its surface bore designs that suggested purposeful craftsmanship. The find was passed to the property owner, Seneca A. Ladd, a local businessman who quickly recognized that the object was no ordinary stone. Ladd displayed the stone to friends and acquaintances, and eventually it found its way to scholars and collectors. Those who examined it noted that its polish was exceptionally fine, far smoother than the rough surfaces typical of local glacial stones. The engravings were sharp and varied. One side displayed a human face in profile, while another bore the likeness of an ear of corn, a detail that implied agricultural awareness. Other surfaces carried diamond-shaped patterns, circles, and intersecting lines. Some suggested these might be symbolic records, others thought they could be ornamental, and still others suspected the arrangement might have ritual significance. As word spread, theories began to take shape. Some believed the stone was a Native American artifact, perhaps crafted by an indigenous group living in the region centuries earlier. Supporters of this view pointed to the corn motif, a crop cultivated by many native peoples. Others argued that the stone's fine polish and symmetrical shape suggested influence or manufacture from outside the immediate area, perhaps by cultures far to the south or even from across the ocean. There were also skeptics who wondered if the artifact was in fact a modern creation, possibly carved and polished within decades of its discovery. One complicating factor was the lack of clear archaeological context. The stone was not unearthed in a controlled excavation, but found accidentally during routine digging. Without surrounding artifacts or datable materials, placing it firmly in time was difficult. Ladd himself was more interested in its novelty than in preserving any detailed record of its exact location or depth when found. This lack of data meant that researchers would forever be working with incomplete information. The mystery deepened when experts examined the method of its carving. Some marks appeared to have been made with metal tools, something that, if confirmed, would rule out manufacture by pre-contact indigenous cultures of the region. Yet others countered that careful use of stone tools on certain rock types could produce similarly clean lines, especially if combined with polishing techniques passed down through generations. Microscopic study of the grooves offered tantalizing hints, but no decisive answer. The tool marks were ambiguous enough to support multiple interpretations. In the early 20th century, the stone passed through various hands before eventually being donated to the New Hampshire Historical Society. There it has remained, occasionally brought out for public display and for scholarly re-examination. Each new analysis has tended to reopen old debates rather than resolve them. Radiocarbon dating is not applicable to the stone itself, and attempts to trace the source of its material have been complicated by its unique polish and altered surface. An intriguing element in its mystery is the choice of symbols. The human face is stylized yet distinct, with a strong jawline and prominent nose, features that some claim match certain ancient artistic traditions far removed from New England. The ear of corn, by contrast, is rendered with simple but recognizable lines, suggesting familiarity with the plant's form. The geometric shapes remain the most cryptic, with some researchers proposing they could be navigational or astronomical references, while others see them as purely decorative. Theories about its purpose have ranged from the mundane to the ceremonial. It could have been a trading token, a talisman, a gift marking an alliance, or a ceremonial object tied to seasonal events. Those leaning toward a modern origin often suggest it might have been created as a commemorative piece, or even as a hoax designed to intrigue and confuse. The fact that no similar object has been found in the region bolsters both the uniqueness of the find and the suspicions surrounding it. For the public, the stone's allure lies not only in its unexplained origin, but in the atmosphere of possibility it carries. If genuine and ancient, it could point to cultural interactions or craftsmanship in the area previously unrecorded by archaeology. If recent, it stands as an early example of how objects can be imbued with mystery and assigned histories that grow in the telling. The gap between these two possibilities is wide, yet neither has been definitively closed. In recent decades, renewed interest in the stone has led to calls for more advanced testing. Non-invasive scanning, microscopic wear analysis, and high-resolution imaging could potentially clarify whether the carvings show evidence of prolonged weathering or relatively recent shaping. Such work, however, depends on both funding and the willingness of the Historical Society to allow detailed examination of what has become one of their most famous holdings. Despite all the speculation, the Lake Winnipesaukee Mystery Stone has maintained its enigmatic status. Its small size belies the volume of discussion it has generated, and its smooth, dark surface continues to catch the light in ways that draw the eye to each carved detail. In a display case, it appears almost simple, yet the closer one looks, the more complex it becomes, not only in its engravings, but in the layers of history, theory, and debate that have attached themselves to it. The story of this object reflects a larger truth about artifacts without clear provenance. They become as much about the questions they raise as the answers they might provide. Without a precise origin point, they live in a space between fact and interpretation, where evidence is weighed alongside imagination. Scholars are trained to be cautious, but the public is free to speculate, and in the case of the Mystery Stone, that speculation has spanned more than a century. What keeps the discussion alive is that each new observer sees something slightly different. A historian might note its possible parallels to Old World art. An archaeologist might focus on the local geology and tool mark patterns. A casual visitor might simply be struck by its beauty. And each perspective, in turn, adds to the collective story surrounding it. The stone, in this sense, is not a static relic, but a living question, continually reinterpreted through the eyes of those who encounter it. There is no certainty that the mystery will ever be resolved. The lack of context, the ambiguous carvings, and the uniqueness of the find mean that definitive conclusions may remain out of reach, yet this is part of its enduring appeal. The Lake Winnipesaukee Mystery Stone stands as a reminder that not every object from the past, or the recent past, offers up its secrets easily. Some remain as they are, quiet, polished enigmas that invite contemplation rather than closure. And so, the artifact rests, as it has for decades, in the care of the New Hampshire Historical Society. Visitors may press their faces close to the glass, tracing the patterns with their eyes, imagining hands, whether ancient or more recent, holding it long before it became an object of public fascination. What those hands intended, and what stories they might have told, are left to wonder. From the lake shore to the display case, its journey has been long, but its story remains open, awaiting whatever new questions the next observer might bring. In the summer of 1852, a routine act of blasting rock in Dorchester, Massachusetts, produced something far stranger than anyone present could have anticipated. Workers were engaged in the ordinary business of clearing stone, using explosives to fracture the hard layers beneath their feet, when a detonation sent fragments flying into the air. Among the debris lay two matching pieces of metal, each curved and intricately worked, as if they had once formed part of the same object. When rejoined, they revealed a small, bell-shaped vessel with a narrow base and flared rim, something that bore no resemblance to the rough stones from which it had supposedly emerged. The Dorchester Pot, as it came to be known, was described as an alloy of zinc and silver, its surface decorated with floral motifs and ornate patterns. The workmanship, according to early accounts, was refined and deliberate, not the accidental product of natural forces. Even more puzzling was the claim about where it had been found, embedded within a solid mass of pudding stone, a type of conglomerate rock. This particular rock formation in the area was thought to date back to the Precambrian era, hundreds of millions of years before any accepted timeline for human existence. The implication was staggering. If the object truly came from within that stone, it would mean that some form of intelligent craftsmanship had existed on Earth long before humanity as we know it. The story reached the public when it was reported in the Scientific American later that same year. The article relayed the account of the discovery without drawing firm conclusions, but it emphasized the difficulty of explaining how such an artifact could be encased in rock so ancient. The editors noted the object's resemblance to a finely made metal vase and suggested that more investigation would be warranted. They also pointed out that no known culture, modern or ancient, had been active in the region in any way that could account for its presence deep inside solid stone. Those who believed in the authenticity of the find saw it as a piece of physical evidence for a much older, perhaps lost civilization. They argued that the craftsmanship suggested knowledge of metallurgy and decorative art, skills requiring not only intelligence but also cultural development. To these proponents, the Dorchester Pot was more than an isolated curiosity. It was a challenge to the established understanding of geological and human history. Others were less convinced. Skeptics pointed out that the details of the discovery relied heavily on testimony rather than on preserved documentation of the precise context. The blasting of rock, by its very nature, destroyed the setting in which the object had been encased. Without controlled excavation or stratigraphic evidence, there was no definitive proof that the pot had truly been embedded within the ancient pudding stone rather than lodged in a fissure or cavity in more recent times. Debate over the object's origin often circled back to its composition. Analyses reported in the 19th century suggested that it was primarily an alloy of zinc with a small amount of silver, a combination unusual but not impossible for decorative work in the modern era. Critics suggested that the object might have been manufactured in the late 18th or early 19th century, perhaps as a candlestick holder, incense burner, or ornamental vase. In this scenario, the pot could have found its way into a natural crevice in the rock, where soil and debris later covered it, giving the appearance of great antiquity when it was finally uncovered by blasting. Yet this explanation did not satisfy everyone. Supporters of the artifact's authenticity as a truly ancient object argued that the decorative style was not consistent with local manufacturing trends of the recent past. They noted the fine workmanship and unique design as features that would have stood out even in the decorative arts of the 19th century. Furthermore, they questioned why such an object, if recent, would be found in an inaccessible place beneath solid stone layers. Some writers in the 20th century wove the Dorchester Pot into broader narratives about anomalous archaeological finds, objects known as out-of-place artifacts, or UU parts. These items, often discovered under unusual circumstances, seem to defy the conventional timeline of human technological development. Alongside reports of tools found in coal seams and metallic spheres in ancient strata, the Dorchester Pot became one of those persistent examples cited in discussions about possible gaps in our understanding of prehistory. While mainstream science generally regards the story with caution, the artifact's legend has endured. The very lack of definitive answers seems to have given it a longer life in public imagination. Without clear proof to place it within a modern historical context, and without conclusive evidence to establish it as genuinely ancient, the Dorchester Pot occupies a middle ground where speculation thrives. A key element in the persistence of the mystery is the absence of the pot itself from regular public view. While photographs and sketches from the 19th century survive, the actual artifact is not widely displayed, and its whereabouts in modern times have been a point of occasional uncertainty. Some accounts suggest it remains in a private collection, while others indicate it may still be in institutional custody, catalogued but seldom exhibited. This limited access has allowed legends to grow around it, unrestrained by the kind of scrutiny that often accompanies publicly available artifacts. Geologists who have looked at the case tend to focus less on the pot itself and more on the rock from which it was reportedly taken. The pudding stone in question is composed of rounded pebbles cemented together by finer sediment, a formation that, if undisturbed, is indeed extremely ancient. For the pot to be genuinely as old as the surrounding rock, it would have had to be incorporated during the rock's formation, an event predating the appearance of humans by an almost inconceivable margin. This would imply either a radical revision of human history or the presence of another intelligent species entirely. For most geologists, such a leap is unwarranted without extraordinary evidence. And so the question lingers: was the Dorchester Pot a modern object that became trapped in ancient stone through some unusual but natural process? Or was it something far older, a remnant of a chapter of Earth's history now lost? Neither answer has been definitively proven, and each carries implications that intrigue in different ways. The mundane explanation satisfies the known laws of geology and human history, but leaves a faint sense of disappointment for those who wish for deeper mysteries. The extraordinary explanation excites the imagination, but demands evidence stronger than the story alone can provide. In the end, the Dorchester Pot stands as both an object and an idea. As an object, it is a small, well-crafted vessel, metal worked into form and ornament. As an idea, it is a challenge, an invitation to question how much of the past we truly know and how easily narratives can be built or dismantled by the discovery of a single, unusual thing. The nature of its discovery during a moment of violence against the Earth in the form of an explosion mirrors the way it disrupts the calm certainty of established timelines. Whether it was the work of an artisan from 2 centuries ago or from an epoch beyond current imagining, the artifact serves as a reminder that sometimes the past arrives in fragments, torn from its setting, carrying only part of its story. The rest is left for us to reconstruct, or to imagine, in the spaces between what is known and what is guessed. For those who stand on the ground where it was found, the story adds an extra dimension to the landscape. Beneath the streets and buildings of modern Dorchester lies not just the deep time of ancient geology, but also the possibility that somewhere within that stone, other surprises might remain, waiting for a spark or an explosion to bring them to light once again. When the missionary William Colenso was traveling through New Zealand in the year 1836, his attention was caught not by the lush landscapes or the vast Pacific horizon, but by an object being put to a far more practical use than its original maker could have imagined. A group of Maori women were using a small bronze vessel to boil potatoes over a fire. To the missionary's eyes, it looked unusual, not a pot of local manufacture, nor a trade item he recognized from European sources. The metal was a warm, reddish brown, its surface worn smooth by years of handling, and along its sides were strange, carefully incised characters. On closer inspection, the vessel revealed its true shape. It was a bell, with a flared base and a looped handle at the top, though the clapper had long since gone. The women had inverted it, turning it into a cooking pot, the handle serving as a convenient grip for moving it from the flames. To them, it was simply a sturdy piece of metal, repurposed for everyday needs. To Colenso, it was a curiosity, an object whose form and markings hinted at origins far removed from this remote corner of the Pacific. The inscription was written in a flowing script unfamiliar to most Europeans of the time. Colenso made note of the bell and later arranged for it to be studied more closely. When scholars with knowledge of South Asian languages examined the piece, they identified the script as Tamil, a Dravidian language spoken primarily in the southern regions of the Indian subcontinent and in parts of Sri Lanka. The inscription was brief but legible, translating roughly to Mohoyidan Books Ship's Bell. The name suggested an individual, perhaps the owner or the captain of a vessel, though nothing in surviving records has definitively matched the identity. The bell's presence in New Zealand raised immediate questions. The Maori had no tradition of metalworking before European contact, and the Tamil-speaking world was thousands of kilometers away. If the inscription and style were authentic, it meant the bell had traveled an extraordinary distance, likely by sea, before being found and repurposed. The simplest explanation would be that it had arrived during the age of European exploration, perhaps as part of the maritime trade networks that connected distant ports. Yet some researchers have entertained a more intriguing possibility, that the bell predated European arrival in New Zealand, brought across the vast Pacific by earlier voyagers. The Maori oral tradition speaks of voyages over great distances, and the Polynesian navigational skills that enabled settlement of far-flung islands are well documented. Still, contact between Polynesians and the peoples of South or Southeast Asia before the modern era is not conclusively proven, though linguistic and botanical evidence has hinted at such connections. The presence of the sweet potato in Polynesia before European contact, a crop native to South America, shows that long-distance cultural exchange was not impossible. Could a Tamil-speaking crew have reached Polynesian waters centuries earlier than expected, or exchanged goods through intermediary voyages spanning multiple cultures? The bell itself offers some clues. Its form suggests it was intended for use aboard a ship, and the inscription supports that idea. Tamil-speaking traders and sailors were active in the Indian Ocean for many centuries, moving goods between ports from East Africa to Southeast Asia. By the medieval period, their maritime reach was significant, and Tamil merchant guilds are recorded as far afield as Indonesia. Theoretically, such a vessel could have traveled further still, intentionally or by accident, into the open Pacific. A storm, navigational error, or a voyage of exploration could have carried them to islands whose inhabitants might later pass the object along in trade or as a gift. Skeptics argue that a simpler explanation is more likely. The bell may have belonged to a European ship crewed partly by Tamil sailors or carrying goods from South Asia. By the 18th and early 19th centuries, the British Empire's maritime networks often included Indian crew members, and Tamil goods were not uncommon in the cargo of ships bound for far-off colonies. A bell lost overboard, traded at a port, or salvaged from a wreck could eventually have made its way into Maori hands. But the year of its discovery leaves open the possibility of a deeper history. In 1836, New Zealand was still in the early stages of sustained European contact, and much of Maori society retained pre-contact material culture. The bell's integration into daily use as a cooking vessel suggests it had been in local possession for some time, possibly long enough for its original function to be forgotten. The debates over the Tamil bell are part of a larger discussion about evidence for early transoceanic contact. Objects like this often sit in a grey area, too suggestive to dismiss outright, yet too ambiguous to prove sweeping historical claims. The physical artifact exists, its inscription and composition verifiable, but its journey remains undocumented. This absence of a clear chain of custody allows speculation to range widely, from conventional trade to bold hypotheses about ancient voyages across the Pacific. In terms of craftsmanship, the bell is unremarkable for its likely place of origin. Bronze bells of similar size and style have been found in South and Southeast Asia, used in religious ceremonies, on ships, or in domestic contexts. The Tamil inscription indicates literacy and a cultural context where such bells served identifiable purposes. Yet, while ordinary in one sense, its extraordinary displacement to the far side of the Pacific transforms it into an anomaly. Modern researchers examining the artifact have confirmed the authenticity of the inscription and identified the bell's alloy as consistent with traditional bronze casting methods in the Tamil-speaking regions. Its weight and shape are suitable for producing a clear, resonant tone when struck, useful aboard a ship for signaling in poor visibility or marking time. If it truly was a ship's bell, the voyage that brought it to New Zealand might have been long and hazardous, with the bell surviving where its vessel did not. In the absence of written records from the Polynesian side, and with no clear mention of a Tamil shipwreck in early European accounts, the bell's story must be pieced together from inference. It may have changed hands many times, traveling from one island group to another, each exchange moving it further from its place of manufacture. By the time it reached the Maori, it may already have been centuries old, its origin forgotten. Artifacts like the Tamil bell remind us that the world's oceans have never been barriers in the absolute sense, but pathways, sometimes navigated intentionally, sometimes by chance. They also illustrate how a single object can serve different lives, as a functional bell in one culture, a cooking pot in another, and now as a subject of academic inquiry and historical imagination. Today, the bell is preserved in the collections of the Museum of New Zealand Te Papa Tongarewa, where it is recognized as a significant piece of the country's material history. Visitors can see its smooth, darkened surface and the faint but legible Tamil characters, a tangible link between two regions separated by thousands of kilometers of open water. For some, it is simply a curiosity of trade. For others, it is evidence, however fragmentary, that the Pacific may have been more connected to the wider world in ancient times than we currently know. Standing before it, one can imagine the clang of its original tone on a distant ship, the hands that cast it, the storms it may have weathered, and the long, improbable chain of events that brought it to rest over a Maori cooking fire. Whether it arrived in Polynesia centuries before Europeans, or merely decades before its discovery, the Tamil bell carries with it the enduring question of who met whom, when, and under what circumstances across the world's largest ocean. And as with so many artifacts that surface in unexpected places, the story resists closure. The bell is neither an unambiguous outlier nor an easily explained trade item. It sits instead in the space between what is probable and what is possible, leaving room for wonder about the voyages that shaped the Pacific long before most of them were ever recorded. It was not the golden jewelry or the delicate textiles that first caught the attention of archaeologists in the year 2006, but the two massive wooden clubs lying beside the body. Heavy, ceremonial in appearance, and clearly symbols of authority, they seemed entirely out of place in a burial that, by traditional understanding of Moche society, should have belonged to a man of high rank. The body they accompanied, however, was that of a woman, carefully wrapped in layers of cotton and elaborately adorned, her skin still marked with intricate tattoos that had survived the passage of centuries. The discovery took place at El Brujo, a sprawling archaeological complex on the northern coast of Peru, where the Moche civilization had flourished between the 1st and 8th centuries. The burial chamber was hidden within a mud brick pyramid known as the Huacacao Viejo, and its location alone signaled the importance of whoever lay within. The woman, later named the Lady of Cao, was surrounded by an extraordinary array of grave goods, jewelry of gold and copper, ceremonial headdresses, finely woven garments, ritual items, and the formidable clubs that spoke of power and control. At first, the implications of the find were difficult to absorb. The prevailing interpretation of Moche society had been that it was strictly patriarchal, with leadership and religious authority concentrated in the hands of men. Yet here lay a woman buried with the same symbols of political and military leadership as the most prominent male rulers known from the culture's iconography. Her tattoos, depicting serpents, spiders, and supernatural figures, further suggested she had played a significant role in religious or ceremonial life, possibly as a priestess or shaman queen. The preservation of her body was remarkable. The arid climate of the Peruvian coast, combined with the careful preparation of the burial chamber, had slowed the decay process. Her facial features, though shrunken, were still discernible. The tattoos that wound across her arms and hands seemed almost deliberate messages to the future, symbols that might have held deep meaning in her time. In Moche art, such motifs are often associated with fertility, power, and the ability to mediate between the human and supernatural worlds. Archaeologists studying the burial noted that the Lady of Cao was relatively young at the time of her death, probably in her mid-20s. Evidence of childbirth complications was found, leading some to believe that her death may have been related to pregnancy or postpartum difficulties. In a society where rulers were often expected to embody both political and religious roles, her untimely death may have carried significant consequences for her community. The placement and composition of her grave goods are striking not only for their richness, but for their symbolism. The presence of the clubs might indicate that she had authority over military matters, while the abundance of ceremonial items suggests a strong religious dimension to her leadership. A crown-like headpiece, ear spools of gold, and necklaces of beads and shells may have served as markers of her elite status, while ceremonial staffs and decorated goblets would have been used in rituals. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect of her burial is how it challenges the long-held assumptions about gender roles in ancient Andean societies. The Moche are known for their vivid pottery, which often depicts scenes of daily life, warfare, and ceremony. Many of these images portray men in positions of dominance, while women appear in more domestic or secondary roles. Yet the Lady of Cao's burial forces a reconsideration. Either she was an extraordinary exception, or the representation of Moche society in surviving art has given us a skewed perspective. The Huacacao Viejo itself adds layers of context to her story. This monumental structure was both a ceremonial and administrative center, with walls decorated in colorful murals showing warriors, prisoners, and supernatural beings. The Lady of Cao's chamber was placed within one of the pyramid's most significant areas, indicating that her interment was not a matter of convenience, but a deliberate and honored choice. To be buried within such a space was to be forever linked to the religious and political heart of the Moche world. As researchers analyzed the textiles and artifacts, they began to appreciate the scope of the resources that had gone into the burial. The cotton used for the wrappings would have been carefully spun and woven, the metals smelted and shaped by skilled artisans, and the symbolic objects chosen to convey messages to both the living and the dead. Every element of the burial appears intentional, as if constructed to proclaim the lady's power for eternity. Some have speculated that she may have ruled as a regent, perhaps during the minority of a male heir, or that she held independent authority as a high priestess whose influence extended into political life. In Andean cosmology, the line between religious and political power was often blurred, and leaders frequently claimed authority through their connection to the divine. The Lady of Cao's tattoos, especially those of supernatural beings, could have served to legitimize her status as someone who could bridge the worlds of gods and humans. The discovery also invites comparison with other high-status female burials in the Andes, such as the Wari and Inca nobility, where women sometimes held significant authority. In this light, the Lady of Cao may not be an isolated anomaly, but part of a broader, more complex pattern in which women could, under certain circumstances, wield great power. For modern observers, the emotional impact of seeing her remains is heightened by the vividness of her tattoos. To look upon designs inked on skin more than 1,500 years ago is to bridge a vast gulf of time. It humanizes her in a way that gold and stone cannot, reminding us that this was a living person, a leader whose decisions might have shaped the fate of her people. In the years since her discovery, the Lady of Cao has become an emblem of Peruvian heritage. She is displayed in a climate-controlled case at the El Brujo Archaeological Complex Museum, where visitors can see the clubs, jewelry, and textiles that accompanied her into the afterlife. Interpretive exhibits present her as both a historical figure and a symbol of the evolving understanding of Moche culture. Scientific analysis continues to refine our picture of her life. Isotope studies on her remains could reveal information about her diet and mobility, while further examination of her burial goods may uncover more about the trade networks and craftsmanship of her era. Each new finding adds detail to the portrait of a woman who, in life, may have commanded armies, presided over rituals, and ruled from the heart of one of Peru's most sophisticated pre-Columbian civilizations. There is, however, an element of restraint in how archaeologists speak about her. While her burial strongly suggests leadership, there is no definitive proof of the exact nature or scope of her power. It is possible that she was a spiritual leader of extraordinary importance rather than a political ruler in the conventional sense. Or perhaps the distinction did not exist in the way we understand it today. Her story underscores how much of the past remains open to interpretation. The artifacts in her tomb are fixed and unchanging, yet the meanings we assign to them can shift with each new piece of evidence or change in scholarly perspective. The Lady of Cao stands at the center of this dynamic process, her life both illuminated and obscured by the surviving traces of her world. In a sense, she embodies the dual nature of archaeological discovery, the thrill of finding something that rewrites what we thought we knew, and the humbling realization that even the most tangible evidence cannot tell us everything. Her burial invites us to imagine the ceremonies that might have marked her death, the mourners who gathered to honor her, and the society that saw fit to lay a woman to rest with the symbols of power usually reserved for men. Long after her passing, the Lady of Cao continues to challenge and inspire. She prompts us to ask who holds power, how it is expressed, and how history chooses to remember or forget those who defy expectations. And in doing so, she leaves us with the awareness that the story of human civilization is far more varied than any single narrative can contain, urging us to look again at the fragments of the past with fresh eyes and open questions. Some archaeological discoveries impress with scale or grandeur, but the engravings of Grotte de la Marche in the Vienne region of western France captivate for a very different reason. Instead of towering monuments or elaborate ceremonial sites, this Paleolithic treasure reveals thousands of small, intimate portraits, faces rendered with such precision and individuality that they could almost be mistaken for sketches from a modern artist's notebook. The people depicted lived more than 14,000 years ago, yet their eyes, noses, and expressions are so distinctive that they feel disarmingly familiar. The cave itself is unremarkable from the outside, blending into the limestone landscape. It was during the early 20th century that archaeologists first began to investigate it in earnest, and what they found inside was unlike anything previously recorded from the Upper Paleolithic period. Across numerous slabs of engraved limestone, there appeared a proliferation of human figures, men, women, and children, portrayed with a realism almost never seen in prehistoric art. While most Paleolithic imagery across Europe focuses on animals or employs highly stylized human forms, the engravings here conveyed subtle details: the slope of a forehead, the curve of a jawline, the set of a mouth. Some faces were shown in profile, others in three-quarter view, and a few even attempted frontal perspective, an approach extremely rare in art of such antiquity. Hairstyles and clothing details are also evident, hinting at personal adornment and cultural expression. This naturalistic style has led researchers to wonder whether these were not generalized representations but likenesses of specific individuals, perhaps people of importance to the community. The very act of engraving so many faces suggests a deliberate intention to record and remember, though the purpose behind such documentation remains a mystery. The engraved slabs were not part of the cave walls themselves, but were scattered across the floor in layers of sediment, suggesting they had broken away from their original placements over time. Many were small enough to be portable, raising the possibility that they were intentionally shaped and moved before being deposited where they were found. Alongside the human portraits were also engravings of animals, horses, ibex, reindeer, executed with the same confident hand, showing that these artists were equally skilled in depicting the natural world. The sheer number of engraved fragments is staggering. Thousands have been catalogued, many bearing multiple images. The density of artwork has led some scholars to describe Grotte de la Marche as one of the richest repositories of Paleolithic art in Europe, rivaling even more famous sites such as Lascaux in terms of the volume and complexity of its imagery. Yet it remains less widely known, in part because the engravings are less immediately dramatic to the casual observer. Their impact lies in their intimacy, rather than in sweeping, colorful murals. The technique used to create them reveals a mastery of engraving tools. The artists employed fine, controlled lines, sometimes layering strokes to achieve shading or texture. Under close examination, the precision of these cuts suggests specialized skills, perhaps learned and passed down within particular families or groups. The engravings were most likely made using flint burins, stone tools with sharp, chisel-like edges capable of producing both delicate lines and deeper grooves. The level of control demonstrated points to repeated practice and an advanced understanding of how to manipulate stone surfaces to achieve a desired visual effect. Interpreting the meaning of the portraits has proved challenging. One possibility is that they served as a kind of visual record, depictions of members of the group, perhaps for commemoration or storytelling. Some have suggested they could be linked to rituals concerning ancestry or identity, preserving the likenesses of individuals for spiritual purposes. Another theory proposes that they may have been teaching tools, used to instruct apprentices in the skills of engraving and representation. The presence of realistic human portraits in such numbers also raises questions about cultural emphasis. In much of Upper Paleolithic Europe, human figures are rare, and when they do appear, they are often abstract or schematic. The focus at Grotte de la Marche on individual likenesses may indicate a community with a particular interest in human appearance, social roles, or personal identity. This could hint at a complex social structure where visual recognition of individuals carried symbolic or practical importance. Excavations at the site also revealed evidence of habitation, hearths, stone tools, and animal bones, indicating that the cave was not only an art space but a living environment. The engravings may have been integrated into the daily life of the people who created them, rather than being confined to a separate ceremonial context. The combination of domestic activity and artistic production in the same location suggests that these creations were a regular part of the community's existence. Some of the most intriguing fragments depict composite figures, part human, part animal. These may represent mythological beings or spiritual entities, offering a glimpse into belief systems now lost to time. The blending of human and animal traits appears in many Paleolithic sites, but at Grotte de la Marche, such figures are drawn with the same naturalism as the purely human portraits, giving them an eerie plausibility, as if they were beings once seen rather than imagined. The site's excavation history is not without controversy. Much of the work in the early decades was conducted under conditions that modern archaeologists would consider inadequate, and some of the original records are incomplete or unclear. This has complicated efforts to establish a precise chronological sequence for the engravings and to fully reconstruct the context in which they were made. Nonetheless, advances in dating techniques and comparative studies with other Upper Paleolithic sites have placed the majority of the artwork at around 14,000 years ago during the Magdalenian period. While the focus is often on the engravings themselves, the limestone slabs also preserve traces of pigments. In a few cases, microscopic analysis has revealed that the lines may have been highlighted with color, possibly red ochre or black manganese, which would have made the images more visible in the dim interior light of the cave. If true, then the engravings we see today, pale lines on pale stone, were once vivid, their features enhanced to stand out clearly. The people who made these works lived in a changing world. The end of the last ice age was approaching, and the environment of Western France was shifting from cold, open steppe to more temperate, forested conditions. Herds of large animals that had been central to their way of life were gradually moving or declining, and communities were adapting their hunting strategies and settlement patterns. In such times of change, the impulse to record human faces might have been a way of reinforcing identity and continuity. The engravings of Grotte de la Marche also challenge modern preconceptions about prehistoric art. It is easy to imagine Paleolithic people as distant and unlike us. Yet the faces here suggest individuality, personality, and perhaps even emotion. They invite the viewer to recognize the humanity of their subjects, to see them not as anonymous representatives of a primitive past, but as people who might have laughed, argued, and loved in ways not so different from ourselves. In recent years, renewed study of the site has brought more of these images to light. Digital scanning and photographic enhancement techniques have revealed details invisible to the naked eye, confirming the complexity of the engravings and sometimes identifying new figures on fragments thought to be blank. These advances have allowed researchers to piece together broken slabs and to hypothesize how certain compositions might have originally appeared before time and geology separated them. The significance of the Grotte de la Marche engravings lies partly in their rarity and partly in their ability to connect us with individuals from a remote past. Each face is a reminder that human self-awareness and the desire to capture the likeness of another is not a modern invention but a deeply rooted aspect of our species. Whether these portraits were made to honor the living, remember the dead, or serve purposes we can no longer imagine, they stand as a bridge across thousands of years, their subjects meeting our gaze with a familiarity that defies the gulf of time. Yet for all their realism, the identities of the people depicted remain unknown. Their names, voices, and stories have vanished, leaving only the carved lines as a testament to their existence. This combination of closeness and distance is perhaps what makes the engravings so haunting. They offer the illusion of knowing someone from the past while reminding us that the deeper truth of their lives is beyond our reach. Today, the fragments from Grotte de la Marche are preserved in museum collections where they can be studied under controlled conditions. Visitors can look closely at the fine incisions, tracing the contours of faces that last saw the light of day millennia ago. Scholars continue to debate their meaning, but there is agreement on one point. These works expand the boundaries of what we thought was possible in Paleolithic art. They are a rare instance where prehistoric representation approaches the specificity and subtlety of portraiture. The discovery of these engravings did not simply add a new site to the map of Paleolithic Europe. It altered the conversation about the range and sophistication of early human expression. They show that even at the close of the Ice Age, communities could invest time and skill into depicting one another in a way that resonates strongly with modern viewers. And in that recognition lies perhaps the greatest reward, the quiet realization that art, at its heart, has always been about connection, across space, across culture, and across the vast reaches of time. And so, the story of the Grotte de la Marche engravings comes to a gentle close. Faces carved more than 14,000 years ago still look back at us with a familiarity that time cannot erase. They remind us that even in the most distant chapters of human history, the urge to remember, to capture and to connect has always been part of who we are. If you've enjoyed this journey into the past, there are many more waiting to be explored. Make sure to subscribe so you don't miss the next discovery, and together we'll continue unearthing the wonders the world has yet to fully explain.